like emerging adventure. It teaches you how to think ahead and make smart moves. We make new friends and work together.
Just like a puzzle, it's challenging you to solve problems and find solutions. This is the battlefield. I strategize. I lead my pieces like a commander, leading an army.
That's helped me to believe in myself. It shows that I can overcome challenges and achieve great things.
I'm like a knight.
I see myself as a rook.
I am like a bishop. I seek the knowledge and understanding to make wise decisions.
I feel like a queen because I want the power to make positive change in the world.
Chess means friendship to me. I feel like a boy because I may start work. What is determination? I can become emperor.
In the wake of another beautiful day, the good people of Chess in Slums Africa embarked on a journey to the city of Ibadan, Oyo State. The team took to Mokola on the bridge to scout for young boys whom they were going to teach the game of chess. The boys arrived bright and early, eagerly waiting for the team's arrival every day for 2 weeks.
You see all these children, they will just be playing around, smoking from morning to night, doing some really reasonable something.
A total of 40 boys smoking hard drugs and doing menial jobs to survive were selected.
The program started yesterday, where about 50 of the kids got introduced to the chess board and they got to know about each of the pieces.
Chess over time has been proven to help with the mental development of children.
Some were orphans, while others left home due to poverty.
When I did the chess, I made happy to learn the chess.
We're all ready. Yesterday we taught them how to move the pieces and how to use the rook. And today we're going to be teaching them new things. So
you have been here for a week now, and I have played a game or two with them, and I've seen that you have done tremendous work with them.
What was interesting was that their primary language of communication was the Yoruba language, but that was not going to deter them from learning the game of chess.
I got to meet some new sets of students who came late, but even though they came late yesterday, I mean, there is still potential in them, and they are all females. They do not understand English or Yoruba, they understand Hausa.
Got to teach them about the center of the board because that's where the action actually takes place.
They were also taught mental math, where they learned how to calculate numbers with just 5 fingers.
Today in our class, we're able to teach the kids how to castle, and then we went further by doing checkmating moves with the rooks and the bishops.
The game of chess has taught me like how to think normally. When I want to do something, I should not do it in a rushing way. Tí bá dàgbà, mo di fashion designer. Màmá aṣọ pàrọ̀, àwọn aṣọ clothes, and this.
You will agree with me that chess is a tool. Chess has a way of improving one's life. An initiative of this nature will go a long way to bringing someone from the slum to be a greater person.
Ayọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ràn jù ní just ní pẹ̀lú.
0. The next number is 1. It's pretty easy. So 1. Let's go on 2, 3.
I want to say a very, very big thank you to the church in Slums Africa for putting this together. I mean, look at these guys. They all had just 2 weeks, to put them, together in training. And, today these guys, have become very, very good in the game of chess. And even at some point, one of them actually had to teach me.
It's been a privilege of a lifetime. We got here, we were here for 2 weeks, every day, teaching and nurturing these little children. Right? This was born out of a need to recognize and really understand the inequalities that exist in our society. Yeah.
These young ones whom society had written off had suddenly become champions who took charge of their stories.
Nǹkan tó mú mi padà wá kí n máa padà wá síbí báyìí pé mo lè rí olóore láti.
This is not the end. Their stories are only just beginning. This is day 1.
You'll see there is so much that we don't understand. Baby, say me no more. And the only thing we know is things don't always go the way we planned. When it seems all
you must be confident. And you must believe in yourself. You guys have done so well. And we are all proud of you.
The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be lighted.
All right. Well, welcome, folks. I'm very, very excited to be here. My name is Casa Corley, and I've got a star-studded cast with me today. I'm joined by two really amazing, amazing people. First and foremost, we have the founder of Chess in the Slums Africa, and really the impetus of this fundraising program that we're doing today, Tunde Onakoya, who has basically created this incredible organization that aims to basically push education, give education, provide us an opportunity for folks in various African countries. We'll get into that over the course of the show. And I'm also flanked by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who folks and viewers should know very, very well at this point. So just very glad to be with this star-studded team today. And yeah, we're gonna basically discuss the goals and the mission of this organization. We're going to go, enjoy some chess. We have an arena that you can actually join as well, and people are filling in as we speak. And yeah, just happy to get into it. Tunde, Maurice, how are you guys doing? I guess I should throw it to one person particularly first. Tunde, how are you doing?
Hey, Casa. Oh, I'm doing very well. Yeah, so I'm joining from Lagos, Nigeria. And yeah, I'm really excited. This is a great opportunity for us. Finally getting to, partner with chess.com. And, the last few weeks, it's been a lot of, back and forth, a lot of meetings with the incredible team, at chess.com, and they've been very helpful. I think this is like the beauty of chess, like the very essence of it, that I can be here in Lagos, you can be in another country, and some other people can just be in different parts of the world, and we can just have that central convergence, right? For the love of chess, for the passion, that we share for this game and for the love of humanity. I'm happy to be here. I'm really excited to do this and to see, what we can do, all of us together, to help more children find their place in the world again. That is one thing I'm deeply passionate about, that I've committed the most part of my life to. And yes, I'm just happy to be here, happy to share our stories, happy to listen to our collective stories. And yes, let's do this.
Yeah, and Maurice, you basically need no introduction at this point. So I'm just going to ask you, and first of all, how are you doing today? What are your thoughts, basically with respect to this initiative, this program?
Hey, Kasai, Tunde. Hey, man, listen, I am thrilled to be here. I'm here in Brooklyn, BK. I haven't been in Brooklyn in a minute. I just got into New York City itself yesterday. I'm actually at my really dear friend's house, Willie Johnson. Spoken about him many times, my boy Pop. And he just opened up the doors and said, come on, whatever you need, Maurice, let's do this. And for this cause, Chess in Slums Africa, and all the great work that Tunde is doing, man, when they asked me, Maurice, would you possibly be interested in doing it? I didn't even blink. I mean, literally, maybe just a physical blink. That's it. When I said, yes, absolutely. This is such a great cause. And I am thrilled to be a part of it. And, we got chess going on. We've got Tunde in the building. We got Casa Corley. Yeah, it's a party day. It's a good day. And happy holidays, everybody.
Yeah, it actually is. It's a good day. It's towards the end of the year. This is the giving season. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how viewers could do that. So anyone that, we're going to talk a lot about this cause and why you should care about this cause and why it matters. But really, for folks that are looking to actually donate and figure out where to do that, you can go to go.chess.com/for-a-cause, or with the command !donation in the chat. And you can basically contribute to this really amazing cause. Let me get into the arena because it's actually underway. It started two minutes ago, and we're going to go over games and ping pong back and forth. It is going to be a 4-hour arena, so we're going to be here for a while. Get your tea, your coffee, whatever beverage of choice, and get that ready. And it's 3-minute games, so basically this is really fast time control. And we're just gonna ping pong, look at games, share stories, and I'm gonna try to quickly go from game to game and see, basically what piques our folks' interest here, Maurice. So
we should add in, Casa, that we're gonna also have special guests coming on the show. So there are people that you're gonna want to hear from, and we won't tell you everybody. just let you imagine there's going to be some really cool folks coming on as well. Somebody from the NFL will be on, so that's going to be cool. We're going to have somebody coming out of pro disc golf coming on. I didn't even knew that was a sport. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm just going to tell you that's going to be interesting to talk to this young man as well. Plus a couple people from the chess world you're going to want to hear from. So definitely stay tuned because we have a wild show, including the chess, us, and also celebs bouncing in to promote this great cause that Tunde has been the mastermind behind.
Yeah, no question about it. And yeah, we're also going to have some really fun milestones and incentive structures for folks that get for folks that actually give certain donation amounts, and for folks that and for when we cross certain thresholds on the way to our goal of $50,000. So there are a few different milestones that are going to be fun. I think a $500 donation, Danny will do 50 push-ups. You know, our chief chess officer, Danny Wrench. I feel like 50 push-ups is not that much, but we'll let it slide. $750. Dan will play Blitz live on stream against a donor. $1,000. There'll be 1 month, 10 1-month diamond memberships. $5,000 donation. Earn a Blitz game against former world championship contender Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. So there are some very intriguing rewards here.
Wait. Did you say 5K gets you a game against Jan?
So just stay tuned. Just stay tuned. But anyway, we got a game on the board, and it did pique my interest because it is a dragon. I do vaguely feel like that was an opening of interest for you, Maurice, at some point. And well, it seems like a good version. Black has quite a tremendous initiative on the B file, sack and exchange. And is there a mate pending?
This is pain. We jumped in right when white was getting smoked. This one is not going to end well for the white pieces here, as Bishop C3 has just smashed the king side. Yeah, as I said, that one was ugly. That wasn't even a sacrifice of an exchange, really. As we see there, we have some couple of really good players playing as well. I mean, we got, who's this unknown legend 710 who's a 2681 playing in this one, and Black's position. I love this two sides attacking. Right, we've got a pawn up for Black, but Black has the 2 bishops, can't really break through, but white can't figure out how to break through either. And it looks like,
whoa, these games change so quickly. I'm gonna flip back here. Hold on, I'm gonna get to a game that's really well underway.
Yeah, let's get a good matchup that's underway, because everybody who's playing, by the way, we appreciate your participation in this as well, as you're helping this great cause. This one looks like it's in the thick of it. White's up 2 pawns.
It's funny, yeah. White is up 2 pawns. Black has somewhat of an initiative on the B file. It's a question about whether you can try and make something happen here. Some combination of, well, I was thinking maybe Bishop A3 might be an opportunity, but there's Rook D8 as well. I think white might get away with the pawn grubbing. We'll find out in the next few moves. I'm not sure.
Well, the main problem, as far as I can see, I love the fact that you sack the pawns. The problem is you can't take over the A file. And this is why Bishop D7 is getting played right now, to try to chase that bishop off the diagonal so you can get the A file. How do you add the pressure to this position? And there we go. Another attempt. If only you could play Rook A8 somehow, some way. And as you mentioned, Bishop A3 looked like an idea, but there just seems to be no way to put a rook on the A file. That bishop is just dominating the diagonal.
You know,
I don't see it.
A move ago, I would have, when the bishop was on D7, I think throwing in C6 would have been quite useful, because it would have gotten a tempo on that bishop when it was on D5. I'm just going to flip back here. Oh, excuse. Oh, these games are
out.
I missed it. I'm gonna go right back in a moment. Just give me one moment. Whoa. All right. I lost that game.
There's too many exciting games going on.
I see a name I recognize and I have to jump to it. Jessica Hyatt. Very strong African-American young lady from New York, playing on the black side of the Scotch Gambit. Tunde, do you have any experience with the Scotch Gambit either side? You know, Tunde, maybe folks don't know, but Tunde is a chess master in his own right. So, you know, his game is something to be not something to be reckoned with. So, or is that how you say it? His game is dangerous. That's the point. So
let's get our English straight. Let's get our English straight right now.
But have you ever dealt with this type of Scotch Gambit business?
Yeah, absolutely. So I play gambits, all kinds of gambits, and I mean I played Scotch gambit as white. Um, Now this particular variation, uh, I mean white let black castle too early, and yeah, but I think to a degree, black has been able to wriggle out of the opening, right? So the pawn sacrifices now do not really make sense anymore, right? But I
I love
prefer
how
to.
kind you're being right
I
there.
was thinking the
You
same
should just be
thing.
dropping blunderificus on this sacrifice. You're being nice and
So
diplomatic.
judicious, so diplomatic. You know, it's we you know to be the you know the head of a very meaningful organization, you have to have statesman-like qualities, and you're exhibiting them.
True, honestly. And I was just discussing this with the team recently. I think one of the greatest qualities of a leader is conflict resolution, right? Because you're trying to play on both sides, you're trying not to offend people, and you're trying to just find common ground. So yeah, you got me there. But yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of the Scotch Gambit. I don't play this variation, right? But I think, clearly black has been able to equalize, and, white would have to show his workings.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
funny. Maurice, actually, well, I was just gonna tee it to you for a sec. How have you felt about Gambiteers? Because I've never quite respected it, like although it's so because I always feel like I've been like a long-term play. I value long-term trumps. And the Gambiteers are all about the short-term trumps, but sometimes it works. And and it always annoys me when it works. It's like it shouldn't work.
come on, man. Come on. You got to like the spirit of the fight. Absolutely. Except that last move was not a fight at all.
So
I love gambits. Absolutely. I love that spirit is the way it was played back in the day. And except this one just hanging a piece was not good. Our white had to be careful with the attack and now is just getting smoked after pawn takes, queen takes rook. And that's going to be the end of that as mate is on the board. But in principle, I do not. I think that the days when gambits were in fashion are obviously long gone. But every so often you can drop a gambit on somebody like yourself who disrespects gambits and say, wait a second, you didn't really prepare against this line very well, did you? Because you're figuring nobody's going to do it against you. So I applaud the spirit, if nothing else, if not the actual correctness of these lines.
all right. Yeah, no, I it's fair. I totally agree. I've had the anvil dropped on me once or twice in my my chess life, so totally agree. We have our first guest here, and he will join us momentarily, or he might actually get in here in a moment, because we're gonna have a series of guests over the course of this afternoon, and yeah, we're gonna be excited to rope people in. I'm going to just very quickly check with my producer here and to make sure they're with us. But we have our first guest, and I'm really excited to introduce our first guest. So bear with us for a brief moment. And okay, here we go. We do have our first guest in our call, and it's someone that the chess.com community actually knows fairly well, because this individual was the winner of the inaugural Blitz Champs. He is a member of the Cincinnati Bengals. They are fighting for their playoff lives and doing a good job of it. Welcome, Chidobe Awuzie. How are you doing today?
Doing very good. Appreciate you guys having me.
It's awesome to be with you. Tell us a little bit about your chess kind of journey and kind of what's been going on with that, because obviously we saw you really get into it in the last few years, and I know I'm a little familiar with your story, but tell the folks at home where you're at with that.
Oh yeah, for those of you that don't know, I'm Chidobe. Most people call me Cheeto, and I'm an avid chess fanatic, if you want to call me, within its own right. I'm not playing 50 games a day, but in the off season when I do have time, I love to play chess, and also during the season to, more so recreationally. But yeah, I fell in love with chess during college, and ever since then, it's just been a game that has connected me and showed me a lot of different avenues in life. And I'm really appreciative of the game, the art of chess, the art of competition, and chess is one of the best competitions you can have. So yeah, I'm just a really big fan of the game.
Chidobe, listen, what's up? Maurice Ashley here. A pleasure indeed to have you. Cincinnati, I go there every year. I don't know if you know about this event, the Queen City Classic, that happens every single year in Cincinnati. It's sponsored by ProScan Foundation, along with Chris Collinsworth, who I know you know, a longtime broadcaster, was once a star for your team. And so it's a pleasure to have you on board. I'm sure the folks in Cincinnati will be thrilled to know that they have such a big chess fan. But tell us, your background is Nigerian. How proud are you to be a part of this kind of cause, to see what Tunde is doing to change the lives of kids in chess, using chess?
Yeah, and I actually remember you from this past one. I remember you were there. So I actually was invited to, and I was attended. So really good to see you again. And yeah, this is an amazing cause and initiative that Tunde is doing with Chess in Slums. This is something that I've seen movies about. I think I've seen a movie or a show about this as well. Just how chess can bring people to different avenues of thinking. It's a great way for kids and the youth to be involved in something that involves their mind and their mind's growth, and to do it in rural areas that aren't in the best conditions is just a great getaway, and a way for them to learn. So I'm really that's why I'm here. I'm excited for the things that he's doing with this initiative, and it excites me because I have cousins in Nigeria. I have cousins here in the States that came from Nigeria, and it's hard to assimilate, but when you have a game like this, when you have communities like this, it makes it really easy, because this is its own language, right? So I think it's really beautiful what he's doing.
Tunde, do you have any questions for Chido?
Hey, my brother Chidobe. First question, and listen, I might be setting you up a bit here. Nigerian jollof or Ghanaian jollof?
Omo, I can't lie. Niger jollof. I must choose Niger jollof.
Correct guy. My brother from another mother. Thank you so much for joining. I know you're Igbo. Just for everyone else, he's Igbo. I'm Yoruba. So we're from different tribes, and Igbo people are the ones that are very, very industrious, and yeah. So again, it's such a great honor to have you join us today. I wonder when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
I was in Nigeria 2021. I want to go every year. I try to go every year. Last year, I actually sustained an injury, so it made me be able to stay here in the States. But I'm planning to go again next year, God willing. I'm healthy. My dad's there now. Everybody knows the December activities is when a lot of people visit town. But yeah, I'm hoping to go maybe sometime next year.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Whenever, it would be nice to have you visit, one of our training centers. And again, thank you so much for joining in. I grew up here in Lagos. Honestly, I lived all my life in Nigeria up until I think 2021 was the first time I ever left the country to Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso is another country in Africa. So that was our first expansion to just see what is possible, right? We had said, oh, we have this dream for, to use chess as a tool, to help children, find their place in the world again. And again, this is very personal for me because it tells a lot about my own story. I grew up here in the slums, in the ghettos of Lagos, and we grew up in a very hard place where we had access to very little, right? But one thing was I got to learn chess at a really young age, and it just gave me a way to belong to this world. It gave me a community of people, that could be intellectually inclined. And for the first time, I saw that I too could be intellectually inclined. As a kid who couldn't speak an English word, who had to drop out of school, and chess was the first real thing that I had that gave me control, right? Growing up in poverty is hard for a lot of reasons, right? And the way the world measures it, they say, oh, if you live below $2 daily, you live in multidimensional poverty. But I think it goes much deeper than that, right? I think a lot of like what poverty entails is you're born into a situation that you had no say in. Like there was no way for you to make any decisions, right? Everything is outside your control, right? So that was my own reality. So learning how to play chess at a young age was the first real thing that I had control over. And it gave me a lifeline, and I took it very seriously. And that was what made all the difference for me, right? So now, like I said, it's personal. That's why I go back to these places, to the same ghettos, to the same slums, and show the children, see, there's a world that is possible, right? Your dreams can take flight from something as simple as a chessboard, and you can also be intellectually inclined. Like your minds can be your greatest assets. So we've been on this journey for 5 years now. It's been the most fulfilling thing, that one could ever do, in their entire lives, right? And yes, so it's important that we can bring as many people into it as possible. So once again, thank you so much for joining in. And whenever you're in Nigeria, I'll take you to a place where you get proper jollof, right? And maybe some amala. And this goes for Casa and Morris too.
Okay.
Whenever you
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm feeling some of that love. Listen, this is, there's a lot of chess going on as well. So we want to make sure we're following some of this action. But, all of us here are competitive. I know that. We're all chess players. I want to know from Chidobe what his chess skills are like, because we got a game in flight right now, although this one looks really, really, really bad. Let's switch out of this one, Casa, and jump to something else.
I'm switching. I'm trying. See, the thing is, this arena is open to everyone. Cheeto, anyone can play, basically.
Oh, wow.
So we have we have 500 players right now. Currently, we start at like 3 at the beginning. So the games are quite imbalanced. The arenas are taking a shape. So anyway, I think this game is an interesting one. One thing I love to do when you just look at positions is say like who's better and why, or like who would you rather take, right?
Yeah.
So
hold on, Casa.
Okay,
I want you to give Chidobe the reins now, because he said something about being injured or whatever. We're going to put him to work. Let's see you do some calling of this game. I want to hear your analysis of this position in front of you right now. Give it your best Chris Collinsworth, John Madden, you name it type call as you break this one down.
Yeah. No, first of all, again, thank you, Tunde, and thank you guys for allowing me to delve into some chess on the day before my game. But right here, you see some nice development from White. I think all of his pieces minus the rook is off there, and the queen is off the beginning square. The black bishop is still on its original square, so maybe you could argue that black's a little worse. I see that they're higher rated and that they're Nigerians, so maybe I'll give them the advantage just because of that. But no, this looks like obviously this game's still definitely not too in any one person's favor. The white bishop, the dark white bishop is also doesn't look that powerful right now, but this looks like a pretty solid game so far.
Let me ask you a question, because I talk about this a lot. When I'm watching football, I always feel like it's a chess game, right? Like that's how it feels to me. I'm watching. I'm not even going to input what my own thoughts are. I just want to get a feel from you. How do you feel maybe that football is very similar to chess?
Each game, I always said each game in life can relate to life, because life is so dynamic and there's a lot of different parts of life. But I would say chess is one of those games where lots of parts of life relate to chess. You can definitely get, recognition, pattern recognition. That's something that I like to relate to football. When a coach is going over something in film, Okay, when we get this formation, we get this split of the receivers, the quarterback is under center or maybe in the gun, we're going to get these routes, right? When I'm on the chessboard, if I've seen a position multiple times, I kind of, and maybe I've analyzed the position before after a game, it's like, okay, I know what the best move to make is, right? Or I've been here before, I can recognize it. Now, in football, it's the same thing. Now, when that coach has given me, is that the black, is that a good move? But anyways, yeah.
I'm glad you got distracted because I am too. That's a heck of a move. Queen takes, he could have played queen f3, but there was a doubling of the rooks. I'm not sure that rook sack was exactly sound, but it looks like it's going to work out right now. But I love your style as a chess player.
The queen was looking at b1, Maurice.
Oh, the B1? Oh, B1 was hanging.
The rook was on b1.
Oh, my bad. That was
spectacular.
Definitely a nice
salty
stack.
Yeah,
well done. And black is 18, and Nigerians can play some chess. Look at that.
Yeah, as they should. But yeah, so
but he's only down to 18 seconds, folks. Hold on. Let's just peep the time situation, because although black is doing extremely well a piece up, he's only got 15 seconds left, and it's 3-0. It's no extra time on the clock.
Yeah,
you gotta win now.
Here. There's no increment here, I don't think.
Yeah, it's looking bad.
And now just desperation. He's got the queen, but it's not over yet. Rookie won, and he's got 5 seconds left. 4 seconds. He's sacked, but that's not going to get it done. It looks like White's going to win this game on time.
Man. The pre-moving skills would have to come into play here, and it's the Caruana virus on the game.
And the minus 66 to your bliss rating hurts.
Let's go back. Can we go back to the moment in the game when Rook takes A3 happened? That
absolutely
froze Chidobe. And
the game just left me as soon as I clicked on it. It left me.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't go backwards without.
All right, I'm just picking another messy looking position.
All right, let's give Chidobe back to reins, because I think this is really important to point out that chess has this metaphorical intimacy with everything in life. It's something that you can use to understand so many things. And I find that a lot of people, I speak to a lot of celebrities that I know who are into chess, often feel that chess has that real like correlative significance, right? That they can use chess and the things they're learning from chess in order to do better in whatever their particular skill set is. And you were just talking about that, Chidobe.
Yeah, like I said, pattern recognition, being in a position that you've been in before, being able to recognize it, and knowing what the best move to make is. I think that's very common with chess players and people who play football as well. Also, priorities. On the chessboard, each piece is assigned a numerical value, and also depending on that piece's position, it could be even a stronger numerical value for said piece. And I think in real life, there's things that take priority, right? And if you're not able to prioritize correctly, you can end up actually tricking yourself out your own spot. So I think chess has definitely done a great job of helping me understand that some things are worth more than others, and to always protect your king. For me, my king in my life, at least like how I produce, how I'm able to give back, how I'm able to help my family. Number one is God, but then my profession, football, like I have to prioritize that over almost everything in my life during the season, because this is my fuel. This is my, the mitochondria of my life that gives me power to, do certain things. So if it's choosing football or going out, if it's choosing football or video games, if it's choosing football or this or that, it's like, it's an easy choice because I have that priority. And some young players, still, that's stuff that they learn later on in their career, that they have to make sacrifices. But yep.
I just got to say there, like the phrase, the mitochondria of my life, that's beautiful. Like it just, that hit different, man. It's funny too, because you talked about like chess and the football metaphors, and I feel like you hear all the time, even from Chris Collinsworth, the chess game that's going on. So it definitely resonated when you talked about like how you can, various coverages can impact the way you see different things. And I feel like there definitely are those chess parallels. Sometimes when I hear these guys, I'm like, man, you're tripping. Like this is not it's not exactly a chess game, but it is kind of moving the variables around and having, different dynamics impact how, your game plan and so on. So I really appreciate that perspective that you shared.
I I think that's cool though, Casa. I mean, okay, they're ignorant about chess per se, details and the like, but the main point in our culture is that chess is a way to think, or chess strategy or long-term thinking is a way to think more effectively about life. And I'm curious, from your perspective, Chidobe, who do you know is, well, first of all, the best chess player in the football realm that you've ever played, number one, or are you just the best? I know you might have some confidence in that regard. And number two, as far as football on the field, when you think about a chess mind on the field, who do you look at and go, right there, he may not play chess, but on the field, he's a GM. Like, he runs the show in a way that just blows your mind.
Yeah, I would. So the best chess player I've played, I'll give kudos to, is Amari Cooper. That's a football player. He's one of the guys, one of my early rivals, and we still rivals, but we both got better at the same time, but he started way ahead of me. And I've seen him do some things that just amazed me in chess, and had me thinking like, this guy's actually might be smarter than me. And I don't like that feeling, but he definitely has had me there a couple times. And I would probably say a great pass rusher, maybe a guy like Trey Hendrickson on my team. He doesn't play chess. He has 15 sacks this year, but I see chess as a one-on-one game, right? And a D end and an offensive tackle, they're going one-on-one against each other the whole game, and you're setting up for moves. You're setting up moves. You're trying to see how he reacts to the speed rush. You're trying to see how he reacts to power, or power to speed, or speed to power, or finesse moves, all this stuff. And you just keep setting up all these moves to then finally, hopefully, get home on a sack. And I've seen Trey do it firsthand so many times. And so I would definitely think that, a great pass rusher, one-on-one in the heat of the battle in the trenches, just setting up, trying to get that sack, would be a very good, relatable analogy to chess.
Very cool. Very cool indeed. I love talking about this. Again, like I said, it's so important to make that connection. Your coaches, why is it though, sometimes I'm watching football and I feel like these people do not play chess at all? Like, so sometimes you just say, are y'all thinking? Do y'all is it going too fast? Is it bullet chess, or is it classical? Like, what might be? Is it at the heat of the battle, people just freeze and do boneheaded stuff?
I will say this, football, there's a certain level of pressure involved, and you either apply pressure or you feel pressure. So those that feel pressure when in those high intense situations tend to, make boneheaded plays or boneheaded decisions. And this is life or death. Yes, chess, for professional, that's the way to live. But a lot of people that play chess casually, and they could really go through something. You could take a loss, you can make mistakes, and then come back and start another bullet game or blitz game. In football, you make a couple mental errors, you may lose your job, and you may have a family, and the coach has a family, the thing, and da-da-da-da. So there's a lot of other factors that contribute to boneheaded plays in football, I think, where people feel pressure rather than apply it.
Yeah, I'm going to say just one real quick thing before we continue this conversation. We are now at, we've eclipsed $3,400. So we're keeping that going up. So again, folks, if you want to donate to the cause, please do check out a page that we actually are dropping in the Twitch chat as well. And it's go.chess.com/for-a-cause. So, yeah, just continue to donate, continue to run it up. That's what we're here for. And that's the aim of this. I also got to ask Cheeto, it seemed to outside observers that the trajectory of your season changed a few weeks ago when, Joe Burrow, it was found he was going to be out for the season. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, I mean, it feels like it's been the year of the backup quarterback in some ways. There've been so many guys across the league stepping up when they get their opportunity this year. And you guys have that guy right now and are in the mix in the playoff hunt and have a really great shot now with Jake Browning. What has that shift been like for you personally and for the team?
Yeah, I have this little phrase I've been saying about Jake for the past maybe 2 years since he's been here. It's the Jake show, not the Lake show, because he's always made plays like in practice and stuff. And obviously, it's unfortunate to have Joe go down. That is the leader of our team. But to have a guy like Jake come in and step in, we have complete confidence in him. And obviously, it makes you, when Joe's out there, there's a sense of comfortability, like, okay, we got, no matter what situation we're in, we should be good no matter what, because he can carry. But, when Joe went down, it's like, okay, everybody kind of has to check their oil a little bit and make sure that they're on their P's and Q's. And I feel like that kind of allowed us to play, that kind of allowed us to play very intense, and be way more intense in our film study and our preparation. And I think we just found a formula, and the energy is so high right now. It's like we're doing what's necessary. We're doing what's necessary to win, essentially. Like, we just know we've been here before, but now it's like that added extra layer when now the backup quarterback or Jake Browning is playing so well. It's like, okay, we actually do. We have a reason to fight, so it's exciting.
Let me ask you this, Cheetah. Do you feel like every football player would benefit from playing chess? If they never played before, is it something that should be mandatory in the locker room?
So one thing we got to remember is that football players are wacky a little bit. They are messed up in their head. A lot of my that's just one of the things. No offense. So
then you would think they even need chess even more to stabilize.
Yeah. But maybe the emotional feeling of losing a chess game will not do a lot of them good, because these are hyper confident men who now have to be humble before this game of chess. It may hurt their feelings a little bit. And I've had those talks with some people. You play with them in chess, then they lose. And it's like they can't handle the loss. Like, they're like, they just can't handle it. So I think for probably 80% of the NFL, it would be a great game to play. But there's people whose emotions and ego and all that stuff is, I don't know, it'd be kind of hard for them to take a loss or something like that.
But isn't that the point? Isn't that learning that emotional regulation, learning how to handle difficulty, learning how to handle losses, learning that resiliency, bouncing back from taking that L? Of course, as you mentioned, football, it could cost somebody their job and it's their livelihood. But as a chess player, all of us here can tell you, it hurts when you lose a game.
Yeah,
you take it seriously.
True.
As seriously as we've taken in our lives, it hurts. I mean, I remember losing a game that would have given me my grandmaster title, all because of one false move. And to have to bounce back from that, to learn the lessons of failure, and to learn, for me, what are the power of mistakes, to be able to take those lessons, that should build you, not break you down.
I definitely agree. And that's why I said for maybe about 60%, the majority of the NFL would be good. But I do know some people.
You said 80% before. Now you just dropped it to 60.
Well, I started thinking about it a little bit more. Because now we're also talking about grown folks, right? Like, people who are grown. How hard is it to tell someone that, is of age, something new, and try to teach to them that, now this feeling that you're feeling is just, you have to battle through it. Like, a lot of them feel like they know, like a lot of them feel like they know better or know more. So I would say 60 to 80% for sure. They would benefit.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
And when you play against Joe, I know Joe's a chess player, isn't he?
He is a chess player. Yep.
And what happens when you two battle?
It's a good battle. He hasn't played. I think he still plays Blitz pretty often online, but he doesn't like to play me as much anymore because I think I'm up on him in the series a little bit.
Humble brag, trash talk.
Something like that.
All right, so we got a position here. Actually, I'm gonna throw it to you, Cheeto. Here, who would you take here? Like, it's the material is equal. Are you a bishop or knight guy?
Lately the bishops have been kind to me. The knights have been, I'm definitely, I like the Knights better, but the Bishops have been kind to me lately.
Mm.
And that
Right
capture
here,
on F4 was just missed by White.
Yeah,
So
nice little pin there.
Yeah. I
Bishops are
think
real
black
kind in this
black
position.
is on the attack here, so I really like it's just that they're applying pressure if I want to give me a pun and non-intended pun, they're applying pressure.
Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah, I would definitely take black in a heartbeat here, and I think Maurice would be no different.
No, we all taking black in this position. But I like what you just said, though. I want to stay with that because I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on my stream, the astrophysicist, and I was trying to, as you see there, White resigned. I was trying to make those correlations between chess and astrophysics, chess and science and the like. And you just said a term that actually is pretty straightforward, but I'm wondering if there's more you intended in that, because you said, not to use a pun, but applying pressure. Is that a typical term used in a football way? We all know what applying pressure means, but is it used in a football way, or what other terminologies might you pull out of football that seems like they just marry very well the principles that you've learned as a chess player?
That's a good question. Obviously you have coach speak, so coaches always looking always to motivate their players. So they may create a lot of different analogies or quotes that stick with you over the years. And apply pressure or feel it was a football quote that I got from a coach, and it just made sense with the level of nerves that you may feel playing in front of people or to do your assignment, to not let your teammates down. Like, okay, I have a job to do. So I would say that's definitely a big analogy that I've heard over the years. Obviously, like kill or be killed. I will not let my teammates down. I guess that's a team sport thing, though. So I don't know if it applies much.
Chess is a team sport. Chess is
okay. Yeah, so
the chess pieces are teammates working together, all with different skill sets and different roles that they have to coordinate well on the field, so to speak.
Yeah. So master your role. Master your role. Everybody's role is important. That's one that you hear. So yeah, all these things correlate. I think when you, especially in the form of competition, all these things correlate.
Absolutely, that's beautiful. This position here is definitely spicy.
Yeah, all of a sudden, there's some intrigue because there is some tactical issues along this diagonal with the king, the black king, and the rook here. So you could imagine some queen f4, queen g3, and there are also some potential back rank issues if the queen vacates. So yeah, rook h1 was a necessary check, but it's actually still very unclear.
Yeah, well, black has also a pawn, 3-pawn deficit, and now has to press pause on the attack. So white has at least a draw.
It's funny. I would have traded queens with queen e5 check immediately, and then hopefully got 2 connected passers.
But you're balling right now. You see, you're going that positional stuff. Look at White. White's like, give me more food.
Yeah, I'm just Adobe.
Your attack is dead.
Here's the deal. This is you can get this from football too. For me, just kneel out the game when you're up. We saw what happened. I think we actually discussed this on a previous program earlier when I got a chance to speak with you. We saw what happened with the Miami football team this year.
Yeah.
They had a lead. They could kneel out to win the game. To win the game, Maurice, they fumbled the ball.
Look what just happened. White just mated him on a stick. Look, and you're talking about kneeling out the game.
Every kid that's ever played Madden knows when you are up and you can kneel out the game, you kneel out the game. And in basketball, I play a lot of basketball still. If you're up 10 with a minute and a half left, most of the time you're playing hot potato, and then you're basically getting a shot up with less than 5 seconds on the clock because you're trying to get.
But let me ask, because this is a really critical question as well, because this really annoys me when I'm watching professional sports. If it's football, if it's basketball, which is like my thing for real. When you are ahead, may I understand this, Cheeto. What does the coach say when you are ahead, but it's not, it's not the fourth quarter? You're blowing a team out. You're blowing them out, but it's not the fourth quarter. Let's say it's at the half. When you go in at halftime, is it more of let's do the same of what we've been doing? Or is there a call to hunger to annihilate the opponent? Because to me, you can't trust momentum. To me, momentum is an illusion. We're doing well, therefore we're going to keep doing well. That's how you blow games. When you stop putting your foot on the pedal, that's how you blow games. We saw that happen in the Super Bowl when Tom Brady took the food out of the Falcons' mouth. Like, excuse me, you thought you were winning, but no, I'm coming back because you got satisfied with your advantage. What is coach speak in that situation?
The coach speak, the coach speak in that situation obviously is to get the team back to reality, because you could be riding that wave of success, and that's another thing that I've heard in these locker rooms is that success and defeat are two of the biggest liars. Because when you're successful, everybody loves you. You think you're on the top of the world, and it lies to you. You feel as though you can't fail again. And then when you fail, you think you're not worthy, or you think you're not good enough, and then that leads to you not playing your best because you're a shell of yourself, right? So the at halftime of those type of games, usually the message is, the game is 0-0 again, 0-0. Like, don't, like, whatever happened in the first half, that's the first half. Like, now this is a new game. And that's whether you're down or up, that's kind of the message usually, is that it's 0-0. And to keep applying pressure, keep to annihilate them, like you said. Now, there are specific situations where if you're up, 28 points and, the third quarter is ending, then the starters sit, right? Those situations, now you give a chance for the backup players or the younger players to get some experience, which could be help when another player gets hurt. So that's also valuable. So yeah, all the stuff you're saying, I think is true.
I love that. Success. Winning and losing are two of the biggest liars. That's money right there. That's absolute money. I think that's so critical that you said that. Again, the idea of momentum being an illusion. It is 0-0. One of the things we've seen in Casa time and time again, you're playing in a tournament, you're standing outside in the hall. I like to stand outside, right outside the tournament hall, because I'm gonna have a big laugh real soon when somebody comes out and what do they say? I was winning. I was winning. I mean, so what, right? We don't care. Sure you were winning. Look at this game.
We just had that was a stalemate. I was
just gonna say, perfect example. Yeah, two queens and a bishop and thought it was gonna be easy. I was winning on time. That happens so often when the mindset isn't right, when the attitude isn't tuned to being focused, no matter what the situation. If you're up, you are never up in a chess game. You are never truly up. Just like here, we saw two queens and a bishop. You still have to stay focused all the way through.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think honestly, one of the huge lessons from chess, and like the life lessons too, they resonate so much, but is keeping that discipline. And I think in particular, whether you're involved in chess or football or basketball or whatever, or even a non-athletic endeavor, keeping the discipline when the goal or the destination is near, because it's so easy to just lose sight of the journey in that process and respecting that process. And you see all the time, like almost like a universal karma come in when you cheat the process. And so that's something that I think about a lot. I mean, I've spoiled a lot of winning positions over the years because I didn't respect that process. And, I've been the recipient of games I probably shouldn't have won because of that process. So how do you remain locked in, Cheeto, when what you've sought out is so near, where it's almost satiable at that point, right? You're so close to the destination. How do you remain calm?
Yeah. Number one, I think we could make a pretty good coaching staff, all of us. I think
that's what's up.
Take a team to the promised land. But
thinking ahead.
Yeah. But I think there's a thing on our team that we've kind of been saying is just kill mode. And I know that may sound evil or ominous, but it's just like this mode of like where nothing's finished, like kill or be killed. Like don't get comfortable. And I think it's been really helpful, for the team's identity and team's determination in those waning moments. Is just like kill. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's just that simple. It's just kill.
No, you're explaining it right there. I don't think that's. I mean, I don't know where everybody else is from. I'm from Brooklyn, and that sounds exactly the language that's appropriate. Like, what's good? You're not surviving this one.
Exactly.
I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to win this game, and whatever it takes. And so that kind of intense focus is necessary at every single moment. And you talked about this though, but I watch. Why is it that despite being professionals, despite being paid millions of dollars to practice, play your sport, that teams collectively, and it's not just your sport, it's all sports. I see this. Basketball, it kills me that teams could be so far ahead and blow leads when they know they're playing against other killers, gangsters, assassins, guys with their back to the wall who will fight to the bitter end. How do you relax in those moments? And yet it seems like it happens time and time again.
Because as humans, naturally, we like to seek comfort. Like naturally, we want to go with the status quo. We want to don't offend anybody. So once in football or sport, you reach that level of comfort where you let relaxation seep in, it's hard to reverse it going back to kill mode. Once you've accepted relaxing, it's pretty much over. Like you're not gonna. It's hard to turn that switch back on. So I feel like a lot of teams, when they get in those positions, they seek comfort, they get comfort, and now it's like this. It's almost impossible unless you really have someone on that team that's a game changer mentally for the mentality. It's really hard to reverse that idea that we're comfortable right now, or we're gonna, like, no matter what, we'll be good. So yeah.
You literally just copied the words of my book that's coming out on April 2nd, Move by Move. Right. My chapter on Momentum is an Illusion. And it's exactly what I wrote about comfort, about wanting to kick your feet up on the sofa. We want to be totally relaxed. I don't know who gave you a preview copy, because I didn't. But those are the exact example, the exact idea of being comfortable when you have you want to relax. Your tendency is to want to relax. Oh, we're winning now. Things are going to go the same as they've always gone. And then you blow it and you're trying to get off the sofa once you've already taken your shoes off and change your clothes. You got the brewski on the side, like, oh, this is over. We can relax now. To try to get up when you realize, oh, wait a minute, he's still fighting? Why didn't they give up already?
I got to jump in just for a quick second here and mention that we have not over 1,000 players in this arena, and we actually just received a $1,000 donation, I think, from Danny. So we're actually at over $4,600. We're close to 5,000. So we're keeping moving. Please proceed. I just had to mention that.
Nice.
No, that's really wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody who realizes this cause is so critical, so important, and we're all here. Cheeto, we've had you for a while, man. We didn't expect to have you this long. We know you have big games to play. This wisdom you've dropped has been incredible, absolutely incredible. We're grateful. I can't wait to see you again in Cincinnati, and make that coaching thing happen. Like, just
why not?
Let them know this chess thing is absolutely real. The kill or be killed mindset happens on the chessboard every single game.
And you'll be surprised, Cheeto, there is a lot of crossover, which but there's actually a lot of folks that are probably more attuned to the game, like a game of football, than you'd think. Because I think a lot of folks now these days, they think, they haven't put on a helmet, but they think they know a thing or two about the game and so on. And so there's a lot of chess heads that love fantasy and love roster construction and all that stuff. And so there's keep us in mind.
No, definitely. I appreciate you guys having me. This was really, really cool to talk shop with you guys, and obviously for a great cause. And Tunde, shout out to him for sure for this initiative. And I appreciate you guys letting my mind water with you guys. It's pretty cool, So got me in my game mindset right now. I can go play the game right now, so I'm feeling
Kill
good.
it.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, for sure.
We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Anytime. We definitely appreciate you. Much love, sir.
Yeah.
One
Thank you
love.
so much for joining. And honestly, it is clear that you have a very sound mind and you think critically about things. I mean, clearly, even if you didn't play chess, you're already a chess player in equity. So thank you so much for joining, and we definitely hope to see more of you.
Definitely, I will be coming for that jollof at some point. So don't forget.
Oh yeah, no. Voila, no voila, my brother.
Hey, yes. Okay. Now, peace.
Peace out. That is Cheeto. Always the man.
Always
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Always yeah. That's it. That's directions.
All right, peace out.
Peace out. And that indeed was amazing. Casa, we could have talked to him for hours.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I mean, I think there's just a few things from that conversation I got. One, there are so many parallels, and I think there are things we could learn from our respective games to be useful in life, and yeah. The other thing I think is really cool is there's just so many people more involved than there were like 5 to 10 years ago, because of technology, because of certain TV shows, because of how the game has grown in various ways, and it's just so cool to see so many people involved because this is a generational shift. So, quick question for you guys: we have a next guest on shortly. We can bring this guest on and just keep it rolling, or we could actually take a short break. Take some refreshments and then come back on in a little bit. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys.
Man, I'm so hyped. You shouldn't even ask me that question because I'm ready. Who's next?
All right.
Bring him on.
Then we're just
Let's
gonna
keep it
we're just
going
gonna
on. Maybe
bring
next after this guest.
Very well, very well. So we're gonna bring on our guest momentarily. And I have not gotten word just yet, but this guest will be on soon. This guest is someone that the chess community knows. So yeah, this will be intriguing now, and it's not here yet, but will be here shortly. In the
no problem.
meantime, these pawns are arriving like
Yeah, I'm scared.
at the doorstep of White's position. My
There's
goodness.
gonna be a touchdown. One is scoring a touchdown. That's no question about that. This last move. White, look at Black. Black's like, I don't even want your rook. I'm not interested in this rook. When you play rook b8, you just kind of just a little extra pressure on the board. Just a little something,
It's hard. I would have done the same thing, Maurice. I would have done the same thing. And look, we have another fantastic attacking position here. Now there's a little bit of a rating discrepancy here, but Yannick Baptiste is about to baptize his opponent.
There you go. This is a beatdown.
There's trauma on the dark squares.
Oh, and the king is just wide open. Now it's going to try to run to f8 and hope it survives, but it won't even matter. You already dropped your entire king side, and look at the like you said, the trauma on the dark squares. There's going to need for some psychological help after this one's over. Call in the doctor, please. I mean, G6 is going to be ugly. Rip open the position at some point. No, stop. This is not fair. We should.
Moving on.
I was going to say, let's leave it.
For the folks at home, I love to affectionately call a color complex like this Swiss cheese. It just has a lot of holes, a lot of avenues for exploration. Can Lewis and Clark that whole region? There's a lot of problems there, and
Knight's coming to G5 and E6's hand. Avoid the exchange.
Avoid Swiss cheese in your own games, folks.
Oh, not nice.
Avoid Swiss cheese.
Why are you treating? Oh, now you have to give it the queen.
All right, we're moving on.
Let's move on. This is blood. There's too much blood on the board right now. This is not fair.
Oh no, that's not one. I'm moving on again.
Yeah, let's get some. Ooh, saucy. Wait, but White is 700 rating points higher, or 650, and Black is in the mix. What's the situation? Pawn count the same, Pieces the same.
Yeah, I must say, I think I actually like white to a significant degree. I think that it's not quite Swiss cheese, but there's some massive, massive weaknesses in the black camp. I actually think white's probably close to winning. If that knight came back to e5, I think black has to try f3 now and try to mash on g3. But if this knight parks itself on e5, I think black's in a world of pain.
You know, I hear you. I hear you. And clearly, when you play a French structure like black has done, there are significant challenges that you face. But I'm going to say, being an 1800 and going to war like this impresses me. I mean, look at this. This is not nearly as easy as it should have been. And after rook takes, yes, you have those light square weaknesses, but excuse me, all that has gone. Black is playing like a boss. Materials even. Everything got liquidated as far as all the advantages. And look, I mean, I'm sure you're not taking, wait a second. Now,
not anymore. Not anymore.
Who's the 2,500 in this position? Black is playing like an animal.
Yeah, it's
F3? Wait a second. Wait. We got to check some pockets.
Is this Spain on Spain crime too? Like, I mean, they're supposed to be brethren here, you know, like this is
I mean, Queen E6 looks crushing.
I'll protect the pawn and attack.
Or Queen E. Well, the bishop was hanging anyway with check, but you're right.
I didn't see that. I didn't even see that.
Queen E4 is even more dominant, and black's getting
and there are no checks
all the food
for white. Oh my goodness. This is a huge upset, folks. That's why we're staying on this game. Now, we have our guest in the waiting area. So we're going to bring in our guest right now because he is someone you know. He's someone that's an integral part of what we do here at chess.com. He is Chief Chess Officer Danny Wrench. How are you doing, Danny?
I'm doing good. I just had to mute myself mute the show because I've been listening to you and Maurice break down this game that just ended. So I was getting double casa there for a second, but thanks for having me.
The big DR in the building. Listen, that last game was such a beatdown. I think we need to have the Fair Play Committee check that last game out because that was ridiculous. the baptismal waters that were sprinkled in that game as black did some dirty. What can we say?
I agree. It was crazy. It was crazy. Also, your commentary is crazy hype, and it's a lot of fun. I feel like I could just listen to you call paint dry. That's what I'll say. So it's a lot of fun hearing you guys break it down. But thank you for having me. I want to say hi to Tunde, who's here. I don't know if we've ever had a call before, so I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I see him on Zoom. I don't see him on the show, so I'm going to say hi.
I'm right here, Danny. Good evening from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining. Actually, this is the first time, we're getting on the call together. E-meeting anyway, but I think we've exchanged emails a couple of
Yeah,
times.
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. We've had a lot of back and forth, but I'm a huge fan of everything you're doing. Obviously, this is hopefully going to be an awesome day where we hit our goals, but I just wanted to tell you that. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me. And let's go community. Let's do it.
So are you prepared, Danny, to fulfill your obligations here?
I was gonna say I wanted to donate. So I woke up, I saw you guys going, made a donation, and then as I did that, I realized I was getting closer to making myself have to do some crazy stuff because I started reviewing the list, and I'm supposed to do like Macarena and push-ups and all kinds of banana stuff. So I'll do whatever makes the people happy, whatever gets us our goals. But yeah, I was a little surprised. I had to cancel one of the goals, full disclosure to everyone watching. There was a goal where I was going to get a tattoo. Not that I wouldn't get a tattoo for a cause, but I just felt like that was a little too far right now. But who knows? I don't know. Maybe the future has a tattoo.
Yeah, I saw that discussion and I was like, really? Like I mean, I'm all for, some things are permanent. So I was And the other thing, by the way, is there aren't many chess players that have tattoos.
Not chest tattoos. Canty has more than a few. That we
No,
should have
right.
got that guy on the show. He would have done the tattoo.
No, but I'm saying in general, I actually don't think there are a ton of chess players that have tattoos, particularly grandmasters. I know right now there may be, I think 2 or 3 in the top 100 that have a tattoo, but it's something that maybe like the new age is like, it's maybe the dynamics are changing slightly. I know like Raunak Sadwani has a tattoo. I know Jan got one, not too long ago. So, but it's something that I feel chess players in particular have evolved on a little bit. Maurice, you gonna jump in there?
Come on, man! I got a tattoo. I got my kids right here.
Nice.
My kids' names right on my arm right there. Tattoos, no big deal these days. What's the problem?
It's true. It's true. I think I just don't know. I just didn't want my first tattoo to be a pawn. Maybe we should have made it something else, and I would have.
Oh, a pawn.
Well, it was gonna be. They were like, Danny will get a green pawn if we have a single. But I don't know. I don't remember what it was. But anyway,
Wait a second.
So,
you have forced that pawn logo on all of us. In whichever ways, the cap we had to wear, the T-shirt we had to wear when we did appearances, and now that pawn that is literally symbolic of your entire company, and you're saying you don't know if that's what you want to do?
Okay. A little bit of karma coming around there. You're right. You're right. I hear you loud and clear. Well, let me reflect on the situation and we'll see where we go. But right now, I think the ask was it needed to be a single $5,000 donation. So it was a big ask. But I also know that we've got a lot of great supporters out there. So I wouldn't put it past somebody to do that. So I was like, hold on a second. I need to discuss this with my wife. But anyway, next donation topic. I am doing a lot of other things here. I don't remember what they all are, but Casa knows them.
Yeah. So you have the Macarena going on.
How much is the Macarena?
15,000. We hit 15,000.
When we reach 15,000, we will definitely reach that.
You're gonna not only dance to the Macarena, you're gonna actually post a video on X.
Oh man, I gotta see this.
So can you
Twitter,
dance?
Can I dance? I cannot dance. Not like Maurice. If anybody has ever had the pleasure of just accidentally hitting a salsa dance bar with Maurice Ashley, you would know that man. Do you want to talk about your dance moves? How am I the one doing the Macarena? You could literally crush that and go viral.
I've never practiced the Macarena, although, obviously when the song comes on, everybody does their thing. If you had said salsa, I would have definitely said, yeah, I'll do that, or bachata. But it's not going to be as funny as watching you try to do it. Absolutely. That's what the crowd wants. The crowd wants to see Danny Wrench.
I'll probably do it in the green pawn suit, to be honest. That'll be great. Oh, we have a donation there.
Oh, thank you, Mateus. I actually haven't been shouting out the individual donations as much as I should, so forgive me for that. But we are quickly approaching our first milestone of 5,000, which will be actually Funmaster Mike, our very own Funmaster Mike, playing blindfold against children in Nigeria. So that's actually on the cards very shortly as well. And I've never actually seen Mike play anyone blindfold, so I'm curious, like, how he feels about that, what he thinks his chances are, because these kids are talented. And Tunde, you probably could speak to that, because given what you've been doing with your program, with this initiative, how are the kids' chess games?
Okay, all right. So because a lot of people think, oh, it's charity, we're doing it for a good cause. So a lot of people just think, oh, it's just kids. I mean, recently we had a German delegation come to, Lagos, Nigeria for the first time. So they wanted to visit one of our centers. We built a boat in a community called Makoko. It's the largest floating slum in the world. So we built a chess boat. Like, we literally designed it as a chess boat. We designed it. We even put like a Chessable logo right there. So we designed it as something that could take the kids to school and back home, because a lot of the kids live on water, right? So they build houses on these wooden stilts, and they have to like take canoes from school and back home. So in a lot of cases, because on some days when they don't have money, the kids cannot make it to school. So we built the boat, to serve two purposes. First one, is to transport the kids, from home to school and from school back home. And the second reason is to create a space where, the kids could actually play chess. And we also like installed a small library there and where they could read as well. So with time, we started having guests. I think when I put up a video of the boats that we built, because we designed it in a very fun way. So people were like, "Oh, can we come play chess on the boat with the kids?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, definitely." So we had this German delegation come into Lagos, and some of them were like, "Oh, we're really good chess players, or would like to come, play with the kids, and I was like, "Sure, you're welcome." So they came around, and I mean, of course, they were deeply inspired by the stories of the kids, given their background, but they didn't know that we're preparing something for them. Now, the kids are really good. Some of our strongest players have like a rapid rating of 2.4, 2.5 even.
Oh my
And
goodness.
yeah,
Oh my goodness.
so so
It
they
is-
didn't know what was coming. So they played and the kids just beat all of them, all the German delegation. It was they couldn't believe it. It was like,
Uh,
oh, they were that good. So they played another match, and the kids won all the game. And we even had this thing where the Canadian embassy, I think the Royal Naval Ship was in Lagos, and they wanted to play chess against some of our kids. And one of them played all of them in a simul and beats all of them. And so we have some really, really talented kids. I mean, ultimately, the goal is not to make all of them professionals or chess players, right? I like to think of chess not just as the end in itself, but it means to several ends. Education being one of them. But without a doubt, a lot of the kids are exceptionally talented, and I think they could really go on to make master level. Some of them can already beat me, maybe once in a while, but I make it really hard for them. But yes, we have pretty strong players.
Well,
Tunde, yeah, go ahead, Casa.
I just have to, stop the presses for a moment because we just got a $5,000 donation from
Oh,
Chesapeake.
wow.
So we are now nearly at 10,000.
Wow.
So
This is why I didn't have the tattoo on the line for a single $5,000 donation, because I knew that Garrett was up to some funny business on that, and so a $5,000 donation from Chesapeake. Anyway, I'm gonna do everything I can to get the tattoo over the line here at home. So we'll see what we can do. Look for videos later on. But yeah, I know it's you're the MC here, Casa, but that's awesome. And if anyone wants to jump in on the hype of that $5,000, let's get to $10,000 here. I'm not leaving until we're at $10,000. So let's go
expeditiously, folks. Come on, let's go. But man, kids some of these kids are already pushing 24, 25 type of rapid ratings on chess.com. That's kind of vicious. So I can only imagine what more support for the program, wink, wink, will do. So folks, go for it. Definitely contribute to this cause. But yeah, that is wild. I always love situations where people come into the space not knowing what to expect and then get just like mauled or surprised and so on. I'm sure Maurice, you've been in several iterations of that where you or kids you're working with show up and like kind of just steal the show, right? I mean, it's something that's kind of beautiful about chess, just the age barriers kind of, they just are laid bare, and you're like, what, this toddler is giving me the business.
I think it's important. Of course, we have all these thoughts in our minds about who may be playing, right? Who you're sitting across the board from before you get the wake-up call as they're spanking you at the chessboard. But to recognize that these are kids that may not have all the advantages, that may not be able to go to the kind of chess tournaments that we're able to go to in New York or many places in the world. And their passion for the game, their work ethic, their desire for excellence, all that still burns bright inside. Like, that's something that they want to be great. They want to represent themselves, their families, their communities. And all they need is just a little bit of a hand, just a little bit of support. Have people like Tunde in their corner saying, I believe in you. I'm ready to help you to achieve your dreams. And so that's why the work Tunde is doing is just absolutely so fabulous, and why this cause is such a wonderful one to support. And you hear stuff like they're breaking 2,500. How many people listening to us right now can say, yeah, my rating's breaking 2,500? There are some, yes, but most are going to be thinking, what do you mean they're breaking 2,500? How are they pulling this off? And it's because they do have that work ethic. The fire does burn bright in their hearts. They want to be great. All they need is a little bit of support. So I just think it's so fantastic to hear words like that, to hear news like that. And we're grateful for everyone who sees it in their hearts to be able to help these kids.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, opportunity in the game is opportunity in life, opportunity in chess. It's sometimes hard to come by, and we take it for granted. And it's amazing when you provide ambitious folks with resources, what they can do. It's why, you know, we speak to the promise of youth, right? Because, you know, they're sort of unencumbered by, you know, various things that, you know, folks that have been around for a while sometimes have a challenge of getting to. So yeah, by the way, I just have to mention with this game, it like had
I was gonna
like,
say I was gonna say, you were talking. I didn't want to stop you, your beautiful words on the way. I would have taken with the bishop in that position instead of with the knight, because Black was doing the business after dropping a rook. It just shows how there's always counterplay. But Black dropped the rook Morphy style. This is obviously the game that Morphy played against the Duke and the Count in Paris, the famous opera game. And Black decided to play Queen D6 instead of Queen E7. That was played. Now White ended up winning with mate, but that line was definitely Black getting counterplay.
Wow. You know what's funny about that is because it's, you know, first of all, folks at home, sorry, the games leave me. They escape as soon as a new one begins. It's harder to go back and analyze it because these are 3-minute games. But it's funny that
we got Danny here. We have Danny Wrench here. We have the man. He should be able to call somebody up, do the setting right, and fix whatever it is that needs to be fixed so that we can actually go over these games and not see them just disappear.
It's likely a me problem, frankly.
There is a way to do it. That's a feature, not a bug, Maurice, as we say in the biz. But the idea is there's also the use case where people want to follow like a ton of games at once, and so we tried to make that easier. But you can open it up. You can click analysis and analyze it, but it might. I don't know how the stream is set up, and I don't want to add any technical things that break the stream. So You're right.
No,
anyway.
it's a me problem. It's a me problem.
Excuse me. Well, since we're on that question, Mr. Wrench, we're doing this right now, almost shoestring. Where is our producer, special rooms and the like? You know, we've seen you do all the great shows. You got the Champions Chess Tour finals. You had like 13 people doing commentary, a giant staff. You had the money flowing left and right. Where is the producer on this little ghetto performance thing we got us working with right here?
We've got a good show going here, but honestly, yeah, I mean, we need to get more plans in the works in the future. This was definitely a last minute holiday kind of thing, and we didn't necessarily have everyone ready. So my apologies for that. But if this becomes an annual thing, I can promise more production in the future. I'll say that since you're putting me on the spot. A lot of people just finished working super hard and traveling the world in Toronto, and this wasn't something we had necessarily on the calendar except for a few weeks ago. So, but as far as the goal of the show, raising money and providing awareness for chess in the slums and having Tunde here, I think it's going okay. I'll say that. Yeah, you're right. We'll do more in the future. So I'm
holding you.
You're holding me to it, and we'll deliver.
I'm going to give a special shout out here, though, to Ajelin, aka Ajay, aka member of the community team, aka someone I love working with, who's been doing an incredible job behind the scenes, putting this together on relatively short notice. So
yeah.
Whoa. Did you see that checkmate?
I didn't. Chess player. Is this, wait, is that a purposeful loss? Did someone just play the fool's mate on purpose?
Maybe
what is
they
going on
saw
here?
they were on screen. I don't know what's going on there, but we just saw a mate in two. I do not see that every day. So that was fascinating.
That was someone self-mated.
Yeah.
It looks like it was on purpose, whoever that is. You just got the attention you were looking for, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. But by the way, back to that Queenie 7, was that the opera game thing?
Yeah.
So it's funny because I think Morphe played knight c3, right? And he didn't take on b7. But so it's funny, I've always argued that you should just take on b7 because the best move is queen b4 check. And then you have a pawn up endgame.
Oh my goodness.
There. And but I think knight c3 actually isn't the best move, even though like it was what's played, and like then like the peanut gallery was obviously pleased. So it's a funny thing that like stylistically there's always I was gonna use the skinning a cat analogy, but it never made sense to me because who skins a cat? But it's amazing how they're different approaches to the game.
Watching Maurice over here.
You're absolutely killing me right now. Oh my gosh. You want to play the boring queen takes b7. The guy plays a game that resonates throughout history for the next going now. Well, okay, it's 175 years. It'll be 2 centuries. It will be famous for all time, this game. The move knight c3. And you are nitpicking Paul Morphy, the genius from New Orleans, that by the way, the better move was bishop takes f7 check and then takes queen takes on b7, turns out. But and that's if you really want to win your material the way you want to win material. But who cares? Knight c3.
I just want to trade queens. I don't want to. It's just about.
You want to trade queens. You were saying this a second ago. You know, when we had Cheeto on the show, you just want to. What did you call it?
Kneel out the game. Kneel out the game. You know?
Kneel out the game. what kind of how, you know, if you want to roll with the big boys like Danny Wrench, for example, you can't kneel out the game. You got to spank that boy. You got to take him into the back alley and get out the stick and bash him over the head. That's the way you got to play chess. This whole
sometimes, you know, it's.
I mean, that's got to be your default. Okay, if oh my gosh, queen.
But I'm a lover, not a fighter. You know, like I mean, you know, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I don't need to, you know, bash on all the time. You know, like, you know, these people have families, Maurice.
Apparently, you know, Danny Wrench is whining about getting a pawn tattoo. I understand, but come on, Danny, side with me here. I know you are a fighter, gangster at heart. I also, by the way, have seen you doing some workouts, like in the gym. You're hitting the gym hard, man. I like that.
I try every once in a while.
So that means
I'm with you. You gotta go big. You gotta go big. And at the same time, look, I understand what Kasa's saying, but I'm with you. I'm definitely a guy who would probably lose a few games going big. I will admit that as well. But yeah, I'm with you.
Thank you. I knew you would be. That whole kneel out the game business, that sounds
well. If you're this is actually a very interesting position for going big, frankly, because if you look at it, you know, white definitely has more of the short-term attacking prospects, and maybe actually now the positional prospects too. But I would actually argue that the long-term prospects before the knight landed on c5 maybe were more in black's favor. So it's one of those positions where it kind of would be dependent upon your style a little bit. Now less so, but
that bishop on b7.
Ago, yeah, now it's not
putrid.
Yeah,
that bishop on b7 is staring at a brick wall, and until the move d4 lands on the board, that bishop will not have any life. I would literally like to take the d pawn and throw it in the garbage if I could.
Yeah, just take it off the board.
Pick it up and throw it somewhere in a garbage can. I would have taken on c5 at an earlier moment. Now it is all white all day, and that bishop is still looking for some kind of life. And white just needs to pile up on the. Ooh, see, this is called not kneeling out the game.
And now you're going to have a sack. I was saying exchange sack on c5, then maybe d4 one day, and then white would have been punished for their aggression.
Black isn't thinking like that, though. Black should have been taking on c5.
After mate lands on the board, here comes the exchange sack. Hit him now. Hit him.
I don't think
hit him now.
Is it a problem now?
Hit him. Okay, now you got to. Oh, and we got rook g3. We got e6 coming at any time.
I got a rook lift going on here.
Ooh, the rook lift, but e6 first. Shut it down. Shut it
Yeah,
down.
there's trouble in paradise for
Oh,
sure.
now you think there's trouble? Now you saw the defense, but now look at the offense coming your way. By the way, that Rook's now you have to play.
Yeah, that's nice.
But you know, I must admit, this one is tricky because you have one tempo to play H4, and then there's gonna be some F6 issue.
White. Yeah, White is winning this.
This is a baller position.
This king is exposed. Maybe even Rook H3 if at some juncture might be strong as well.
Oh my goodness! Why did Bishop?
No, F4 now.
Why did we play Bishop? What kind of?
At least you could
What
try
kind of mealy move was Bishop to E3 going after a pawn? Okay, it's still winning for White.
Mealy move is a funny way to put it. It's like
I'm glad you caught the reference. But now with White's king this exposed, I'm not happy with what just happened. You let the rook into the game, and now there's going to be a little bit too much of a challenge. Black has heavy.
This would actually be an interesting classical affair, frankly.
No, this is not just interesting. Black is better now. Rook E4, and I mean nobody's happy here. Like maybe even double rooks.
Yeah, it's the tides are turning. Oh,
what guy? Okay, that was not good.
Too bad the queen can't just go to the H1 square and quickly.
No, queen E6 was not the right move. You could have double rook with the rook on E4 and then maul. But
wait, hold on. Maybe you could try rook takes C3 here, but no, there's knight takes E6, and you can.
Why are we trying? No, that last move unfortunately was a blunder, and now suddenly Black has to get pause in this position and drop a full exchange. Now D4.
Hold on. King F2. No, that's it.
King F2 shuts it all down.
No other checks.
It was so good. It was so good, that counterplay. But again, fortune favors the brave. White was brave, and now Black is toast.
We can say that for this one. I'm comfortable with tying the bow that way. I'll allow it.
You can allow it. Trade rooks, Bishop E5. Give me your pawn and maybe your king.
Now the question was,
White might lose on time though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is GM Dino gonna close the tab? And
unfortunately, he had to trade queens.
Why?
And now the A pawn is gonna drop.
That was a really clever move. That was a very
through the A pawn. Look at this fight.
He punished the pre-move. That was very clever.
Oh my gosh.
C4. C4 does the job. And now be ready to play Bishop A1 at any moment. Oh, he tried. Oh, but he's got the Josh Wade. He's got searching for Bobby Fischer check. Oh, that was nasty. That was nasty. And now it's just a matter of time. Pre-move all the way through and get your B pawn down. And White's gonna win. Look at that. Amazing.
Oh man, that was, we had a few roller coasters there, but in the end, as you said before, the brave victory favorite rewards the brave, and that's what happened there. We are
1,400 players in the arena, by the way.
Yeah,
it's a lot of people.
1,400 is a lot. Yeah, I've been in many an arena, and that is a lot of people. So shout out to everyone playing. We also are nearing $10,000, so we're at 9.8. So folks, keep it going there. Again, a $500 donation means Danny has to do 50 push-ups.
That would be something I'll do on camera or off if we get a 500 donation before we're done. Yeah, what else have I got on the line?
Yeah, we've got 750. Danny plays Blitz live on stream against that donor.
Oh, let's do that. Come on, someone out there.
1,000, 10 1-month Dime memberships for the donor or friends. 5,000, a Blitz game against none other than Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That's awesome that Jan did that. Shout out to Jan for donating the Blitz game. Maybe we'll try to make it live, depending on who it is. That would be interesting if we could find a way to do that.
So we get Jan. How's Jan with the trash talking?
Jan is. I don't know how much he does it on camera, but I think Jan has it in him to try. Maybe not Maurice level, but he's up there. He could bring it. Yeah, if we get a $750 donation and I can play Blitz against someone before I go, that'd be pretty sweet. And that would put us over 10K.
That would be pretty sweet.
What prizes do we have for the arena winners? Anything there? We got diamond memberships for people winning this arena.
So the arena is just, the arena is just for a good cause. We did not
Just to play.
just to play, just to enjoy the company of other.
Okay, but there is something right there. We've got a 6-month diamond for first and a $150 Chessable voucher. So we got some prizes.
Yeah, yeah. And we also have a checkmate on the board. I don't know if you missed that. That was
Wow.
C7. That was a beautiful night mate. I just had
some of these games are so like such a throwback to like Paul Morphy romantic attacking chess. It makes me feel like half the games are scripted right now. Like who's out there purposely throwing games? How do you get checkmated with knight to C7?
Well, I'll tell you what, there were some of them that did seem picturesque. And the Fair Play team will be exploring that at a later date.
Well, I was going to say, I get put on the spot about fair play. People don't know that's Costa's job. He should be getting put on the spot about fair play going forward. So, but no, I'm not kidding. I mean, who gets an opera game anymore? Like, how did that happen? Right? Like, who's doing that? Regardless of the debate about whether you should play knight c3 or queen takes b7. So, anyway.
Also, it's very rare also that you have an arena where it's such a wide group of players. First of all, it's a ton of players, but it's also just such a disparity in various levels. And so, it's just an awesome thing. And one of my favorite things is actually seeing games where there is a little bit of a difference in the level, because you see upsets, and I love upsets. Upsets are probably one of my favorite things about chess.
Shout out to Ben Boak, who just started streaming this as well. More people jumping in for the cause. He's playing and streaming the arena right now. How long does the arena go?
The arena is going for 4 hours total. We have another 2.5 to go. And right now we have folks that have eclipsed 100 points so far, which is like wild given we haven't been on that long.
I think Boak jumped in because he thinks he's like, well, there's still 3 hours left. Like I could still win this thing. So there's no other strong GMs in there. So he just jumped in. We'll see if he comes all the way back to win it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's some of the FMs and NMs and I mean, I don't think an hour and a half head start is a lot. So, but yeah, shout out to Benjamin Bach. Good dude. I was saying Bach, you're saying Boak. I was like, is this a tomato thing?
I don't know. Let's ask the
I think it's Bach. I think it's Bach, right?
Okay, hold on. Pronounce. I just go to Google for everything now.
Okay, all right. We have another attacking position here, Maurice. I know who you would pick. I know who I would pick.
You mean a non-melee position?
There's definitely some problems here. I would be keen on. Yes.
You're right. It is Bach. I think I heard someone say Boak. I'm sorry. You're right. It's Bach. My bad.
No, it's honestly like sometimes people are flexible. And you know what's the crazy thing is most people do not correct other people when it's their own name. And it's like, dude, it's your name. Like, you own it. Like no one else is going to own it for you. It's funny. I would have had the impulse to sack on G6 a few times. I'm not going to try.
And you wouldn't be wrong.
I wouldn't try to pronounce White's name because Schneitz. There's ways you
F5 right now is toast.
Yeah, this bishop. I think this is the thing all along. It's like, you know what? I don't need the extra pawn. I want to just keep.
No. C1 is the point. Bishop C1. Look at that's the real point right there.
Yeah, that's vicious. Oh, and look at these bishops. Just beautiful, beautiful.
We did it. We hit 10K. Champ 1977 just dropped 100.
Shout out to Champ 1977. We've eclipsed 10,000. That's incredible. Again, the cause here for folks that aren't aware, just joining us, is Chess in the Slums Africa. We're basically doing a fundraiser to provide education for 5,000 children across various countries in the region. And chess has been a great vehicle to do that. A lot of these kids, Tunde was actually telling us a little bit earlier, they got a chess game to work, you got to contend with too. So
yeah,
this is how do you say it these days? It's a multifaceted initiative, and it's a really great cause, and it's the holiday season. So open up your hearts, open up your wallets, open up your enthusiasm for chess, and support this because it matters. So
it really does. It really does. It's beautiful to see the work that Tunde's putting in. He's got a whole team and staff. We know it's going to a great cause because he's done so much already and will continue to do so. So whatever you can do, folks, make it happen. Today is the holiday season. Chess for a cause that we all know is just a wonderful one. And right now, we got some great games as well. I mean, so many people in the arena. Is it really 1,476 players?
And counting, and it's
And
going
counting.
up. So it's actually really a cool thing. I don't see arenas like this every day. I actually have a question for both of you guys. And actually, Maurice, Danny, and Tunde is with us as well. For me, always the end of the year is a period of reflection, because you look back, you think about, like, what went well, what maybe didn't go as well, what you want to improve, what you're grateful for, so on and so forth. What were your personal, and I guess I'll start with Maurice here. What was maybe your personal highlight or joyous moment, and I'm not even thinking necessarily in the chess realm specifically, just in general. What was the highlight for you this year?
This year?
Yeah.
Oh man, this year was such a good year for me. I would have to count up the highlights. Like, first of all, I went to 12 countries in 6 months. Right. So I was traveling like crazy. My first trip to South America in Argentina, that was definitely a big deal. My son had an artist residency there, and he got me to go. He had a show, so
I gotta interrupt just for one moment. Stop the presses. We got an $1,000 donation. Shout out. I think it was Heather on the screen there.
Heather was the name.
To $11,000. Thank you for their donation. We greatly appreciate it. That's huge, folks. Huge. I'm sorry to cut you up, Maurice.
Not at all. Not at all. We're very grateful. We're very grateful. This is what this is all about. And we're going to get to this 50,000, folks. Let's make it happen, because this is such a wonderful cause, and we're all here because we believe in it and we want to see it happen. And so thank you so much for whatever you are doing, whatever you do, no matter how small, it is worth it. This is chess, and we're making a difference in kids' lives. So I to be honest, I mean, I went to Norway chess for the first time. Got to do that. That was amazing, to hang out in that historic tournament. So that was wonderful. Got to also take my son to the African continent. I've been to 10 countries myself, but I never got a chance to take my son there. So that has to be a major highlight. This year has just been really wonderful, and completed a couple of books. So my couple of books, 2 books will be published on April 2nd. Did some Chessable courses as well. My 2nd, 3rd, and 4th courses. Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess, that just dropped, plus my Dark Forest courses. Like, you can't even ask me about 2023, because it's just been so good.
All right. So it was a good year. Sounds like it was a
great year.
You can't even pick one. All right. Yeah, no, that's awesome. And it's funny too, because I when we spoke a little bit earlier about this, and off camera, about like the last time we did something together, that how much just travel and stepping away as well can just be sort of just a refresher, just to be sort of almost like rehabilitative in a way, or that's not the right word, therapeutic. It's just a nice way to kind of step back and kind of reassess things and engage in different ways. And you obviously had been and still are a premier commentator, but taking that step back allows you to sort of entertain other endeavors and just kind of stop and reflect, which honestly we don't do enough of in our society. So,
well, Danny has been trying to get me back into the commentating chair for a minute. I had to say,
I won't ever stop either, but go ahead.
He's been pushing hard. He's been pushing hard, and lately he's realized, okay, I'm really serious about the transition away from commentary, because there's just so many other great things that I wanted to do. And I know there are a lot of fans out there who I appreciate the fact that they want to see me doing commentary. They like hearing my thoughts and my approach. But it's been so amazing for me, and I believe in this, that you have to transition away from even things that you may not just be good at, but even like to do, even love to do. I love to do commentary. That's why even when I get a chance to do something like this for a great cause, I say, yes, I'm happy to do this, not just because it's such a wonderful thing, but because I love doing commentary.
Maurice, we got to stop for a second. We just had our largest donation of the day, but after Chessable, 3,895 something got us to $15,000 even. I missed the username, Casa, but that was huge.
Wow, wow, wow. And again, what this means for you, Danny, just keep this in mind. You're racking up the requirements right now.
I've got push-ups. I don't have a blitz game unless Heather or this someone else. Anyone who wants to claim that blitz game, you've donated more than $750, so I'm waiting. And now we have a Macarena video. I'm sorry, Maurice, that was just a big deal, big milestone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
There's no reason. Let's just not apologize moving forward. Whenever this happens, I am grateful. I'm happy. I'm glad. So please stop me, and I will stop you if I hear such news as well.
I got the name, by the way, Java Bandit.
Let's do it. Java Bandit. If you want a blitz game, or Heather, the last two over 750 we had. By the way, I did jump in the arena because I just couldn't continue sitting here and not play chess while we're talking. So I'm in the arena as well, by the way. I played a Bond Cloud this game, and it's not going well. So.
I might have to find that game.
We got to find Danny. We got to find Danny. And somehow Heather and what was that name? Java Bandit?
Java Bandit.
Java Bandit. I'm seeing it now. $3,995. That's a highly specific number. $5 away from 4,000. But much love to Java Bandit, which is, by the way, one of the coolest handles I've ever heard. Java Bandit, like Java the Hutt, but not quite. No, I love that. I love that. And thank you so much. We are going to get there with the generosity of these great folks that are online. And as I was saying, for me, commentary is a special treat. But when you go outside of your comfort zone, when you decide there are other things to do in this marvelous game that we call chess, magical things happen. And they have happened for me this year. No question about it. And last year as well, when I actually first started on this journey.
Can you multitask, Danny? Because I also want to hear from you. But before getting to you, Danny, it's so true what you said, Maurice, about stepping outside of your comfort zone. Because honestly, I mean, the comfort zone is comfortable, right? So it's a big deal to do that when you don't need to, because you get another season, you get another flavor. And again, you're able to like reassess and reevaluate kind of what you want out of life and what and how you might want things to change and what's really working well. Like, so yeah, traveling always does that for me as well. Just giving you this opportunity to like see something else, learn a little something about yourself, take what you like from other places. It's almost like a buffet. You could take what you like, the experiences, and take the lessons, and then bring it back home with you wherever that winds up being. So
yeah, travel and travel with purpose as well is always sweet. Where you can go to someplace with the intention to make change, with the intention to make a difference. There are just so many marvelous causes out in the world, and you pick a cause. You pick what makes you excited, what you might be passionate about, and just do it. And I just commend to people. I say this to everyone I know, my friends, my children, students, people I advise, that life is short and it's all about the impact that you make in the long run. It's all about the impact, the difference that you make in this world. And we all are role models. We are all role models in some way, shape, or form. It's not the famous people, the celebrities changing the world. We all can change our little piece of the world in even the smallest way. That butterfly effect will make a difference. So
love that.
I try to live my life on that principle.
Also, shout out, we just got a $1,000 donation from Eric. So shout out to Eric as well, our CEO of this.
CEO Eric, which he has to clarify nowadays because we went from having one Eric in the company to multiple. So shout out to Eric for clarifying.
So yeah, like we gotta add that little sauce. There are many an Eric in this universe these days. So but yeah, Danny, actually, I'm gonna go to you, and then Tunde, you're on standby. You're on deck. So be ready yourself. But what is the highlight for this year for you?
I admit I wasn't totally prepared to answer that, so I appreciate you. I was thinking about it as Maurice gave a whole bunch of good answers on things he's grateful for. I'm gonna say that a couple of them. I think on a professional level, I've been I've been just super grateful for I guess what I would say is there was this very, very wild ride for a while, and it felt like at times as the chess world was blowing up, we were also just stressed all the time with what we had to do next and what was supposed to be the next best thing for the chess community. And I felt like for a long time I didn't maybe I wasn't taking enough moments to just appreciate what we built and what it means to so many people. I feel like this year I really got a more balanced perspective on not always living in the world of what we're doing wrong and what people are unhappy with and what we need to do better, and kind of giving myself a good view, which is people wouldn't be constantly complaining unless you were doing something that really mattered to them and that they really love, right? And it's a fancy way of saying you can't have haters without people without love, right? And that doesn't mean everyone who's hated on chess.com loves me personally or anything. But what I mean is unless you're working hard and affecting things and making an impact and delivering change, if you're not doing those things, you can't really have critics. And I think this year I personally came to a very balanced perspective where maybe it was a combination of being named in a $100 million lawsuit, or the stress that came with just trying to merge two very, very amazing companies and making sure that we always put the human horse before the cart, that we didn't approach this ever with an idea that we weren't going to try to make every single person happy and try to really make sure that everyone was taken personally. And I think we were very stressed on doing the right things in the middle of some really, really crazy situations. That's what I would say for me personally. And at times, I think I lost my way in terms of feeling only the negativity and not really the positive aspects of what we've done. And so that might be like a weird way to say that finding a way to be grateful and appreciative of what we have really started with not letting only the negative voices be the ones that live in my head. So that was something that I found the ability to do this year. And I feel like that was really important for me personally, so that I feel like we can keep doing this and keep doing good stuff. So sorry to put it on the line there, but the mental health of balancing the scale and the investment of what we've tried to do for chess as expectations only continue to go up has been really, really hard at times. And I think I didn't always have the right balance of how to focus on what I can control and focus on doing good, even in the midst of people being critical. And I feel like this year I really was able to find a better balance with that personally. And so I'll say that's been my professional gratitude has been around. And I got that through some advice I got from people, just through some of my own ups and downs and lessons that I learned. And I'm really looking forward to many, many years to come where we do really, really good things for chess, because chess makes the world a better place. And I believe that. And so maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, or it's a biased position to have when you believe that chess is good for people. But I do believe chess is good for people. I think chess makes the world a better place and a smarter place. And that makes it really easy to wake up excited and to embrace the mission of what we're doing in a way that maybe not every company or not every person can always feel in their job, their job. So I'm grateful for feeling grateful about what we built in the chess community this year. That's what I'll say. Did that pass your test, Casa?
Well, I mean, this isn't an exam.
I know. I'm just asking.
But yeah, no, I think there's a lot to glean from that.
Wait, D4 just landing on the board. Stop.
That's a tough tactic right there. That's tough. That is tough.
That's a puzzle rush tactic right there.
That was tough. There were a few while you guys were talking, by the way.
Okay.
The thing is, folks don't realize, or people at home, they're watching this. As chess players, like even when people are talking, you have a board in front of you, have games going in front of you, your mind is churning. So yeah, that was a nice one. I probably should move away from this game, but I've been listening to you guys and not clicking through games as much.
No, that was nice. Good call out, Maurice. Moment to pause.
And I will say that I'm really appreciative of your admission of vulnerability in that moment there, Danny. A lot of people. We live in a world where people pile it on to folks who are doing great work, even because they're doing great work. Sometimes actually because they're doing great work, not just because, as you mentioned, that in order to have great love, there's going to alongside it come some haters. It's just part of it absolutely is part of trying to build.
Right.
Trying to build. Unfortunately, it will attract detractors. That is just the way of life, and it's important that you keep your mental health strong. And I'm glad that you mentioned that that's something that had been a challenge for you, and now you're realizing that you've been building such a wonderful vehicle for the entire planet, not just chess, but you look how many people you've brought on board, how many celebrities have come on board, how many people have come to recognize the greatness of the game. We were all very fortunate, confluence of particular occurrences that allowed for us to take advantage, or I should say to embrace the opportunity. Like without the Queen's Gambit, without COVID, those things may not have exponentially grown the way they did. But with the challenges that you face, you were still able to build a marvelous product. And I commend you. I think, I mean, I've been watching from the side as I've stepped back a bit from being a face in front of a camera in chess, and watching the work that you are all doing. I'm just absolutely impressed. I'm just really impressed and amazed at where it's gone, especially like watching the last Champions Chess Tour finals and the excitement with that. And you know me, I like to see beatdowns, and I like it to be hyped and done in a way that shows how exciting our sport really is. And you guys have just been doing a great job each and every day. I'm amazed. I see something new and just how wonderful the work you're doing is. So the haters can step back as you continue to do great work and know that there are people in your corner.
So it's beautiful because we're having all this earnest back and forth, and I feel like I'm like an auctioneer just shouting out things intermittently. But shout out to Jen Shahadi for her donation. I saw she made one while we were speaking just now, and yeah,
a symbolic one for a chess show. 64, love it. But no, I really appreciate that, Maurice. And I didn't know know how else to put it through the lens of chess. But yeah, I mean, back to the mental health aspect of it, I think we all want to create things of meaning, and we all want to have impact that is beyond ourselves. I mean, it resonated with me what you said earlier, because the relationships you have and the impact you make with people is ultimately the only real equity I would argue that we all really have. You don't take anything else with you, from my perspective, besides the relationships and the people, whether you want to look at it through the lens of the people that remember, or whether you want to look at it through any other belief you have about what is beyond. The point is, like, the equity you have in the relationships you build, like, that's it. And at the time when you're experiencing a lot of success and you can see a lot of negativity, you start to wonder, like, oh my God, am I putting too much energy into something that isn't actually where I should be putting my energy? Because I want to have relationships that are, I don't know, I guess for me, I definitely have had times, just being honest, double checking, like, whether I really feel like we haven't already achieved enough. All right, so chess is great, and I'm too tired to deal with the haters and the negativity. And I don't know that that was the right perspective to have. I think getting the perspective that in some ways, you talk about the good things we've done, I would argue that in some weird world, we're only just beginning, right? I don't think we've done nearly enough for chess to broaden, who has access to the game, to invest in the future of what I want to leave chess as what it should be. I won't get too specific on that to sound like I'm putting things through the critical lens of things I would like to change, but I want to remember that we're really just getting started. Chess is really just starting to broaden its relationship, to go back to that, with other people in other walks of life, whether it's celebrities or sports and other things. And I think we're seeing that chess is played by so many people. It's so diverse. It should be even more accessible. And really, we shouldn't be living in a world where chess is a game that I don't know, that feels like it's over here for so many people. Like, I know what chess is, but that's not for me because I'm not smart enough. Or I don't see anybody playing chess who looks like me. Or I don't see people playing chess who inspire me or really look at life the way I do. And I think that I want to break down all of those barriers and leave chess in a world that is not where it was 20 years ago. And so I'm trying to find the right balance of mental health so that I can rally my own sort of troops and be like, hey, we're just getting started. Like, let's go, right? Everybody needs to take a breath about the opportunity that's ahead. And the other thing I would say, because my therapist has said, is sometimes you have to feel grateful to feel a little bit stressed, because there are a lot of people who are miserable at their 9 to 5 and playing on chess.com. And so I sometimes tell my team, how grateful should we feel the fact that we actually feel stressed about the hate we get, or the fact that we feel like there's so much to do, right? So sometimes you sort of flip it on its head and say, well, if I didn't care that much about what I was doing, then I wouldn't feel, as exhausted as I feel about all the things I still want to do. So sometimes a perspective, I try to keep it. So maybe we need to get off this topic. I don't know. You asked me, so I'm putting the mental health on the table, Casa.
It's a good conversation to have and think about. And I think the refrain that I got from what you were initially saying, and also from what you just added, and something that I think about at times, is pressure, or at least professional pressure, because they're all manners of pressure, but professional pressure is a privilege. At the end of the day, and so, if you have professional pressure, in something that you have any level of interest about, you're probably on the right track of doing something meaningful. So, I think it's just something to remind you when you're going through days that seem more adversarial than most, and it's something that I try to remain cognizant of. So,
it's a lot of times you get the holiday season, right? You get a chance to take a break, whatever your choice of holiday that you celebrate at this time of year. But it's a time to stop and reflect, and it's not a lot of times we get this opportunity. And I feel our chess family come together in a moment like this, right? It's a family. It's not often that you get to hear from me, you, Casa, Danny, Tunde, and see everybody come together and say, let's talk about some things that are really important to us. And so I'm deeply appreciative, grateful to be able to hear these kind of thoughts and these kind of reflections on what may be a challenge for our community. And so again, I'm appreciative, Danny, for you bringing that up. It's important that you share your vulnerability, because there are a lot of people out there who will try to tear down and not realize that everyone's human, and we all have challenges in life. And no matter how big you think somebody is, they have their own specific challenge that they're going through. No matter how successful, they have their own specific problems or insecurities or vulnerabilities that they have to deal with. And so respect everyone that you meet. Tunde, I'd like to bring you in because we respect you so much for what you've done. And tell us a story that has surprised you, something that, you're doing all this great work. You've got all these kids involved in the program. You've changed so many lives. But tell us something that may have happened when you thought, did this just really happen? Something you might have shared with your staff. You said, listen to this story. That just warms everybody's hearts and make everybody know exactly why it is that they're all behind this cause.
Thank you so much, Morris. And wow, I think hearing both of you just be very vulnerable about your journey and some of the things you need to deal with, as leaders, it's really humbling, right? Because from afar, you'd think it's easy to just assume that, oh, these guys have it all figured out, and these guys, of course, you guys are doing incredibly well. But I think it takes a lot of humility to also be vulnerable, right? And I think that is one of the greatest qualities of a leader, to not be afraid to feel. And yes, I did learn a lot of important things from what both of you have shared, and it also made me reflect deeply about my own experiences this year. And maybe there are two ways I'd like to think about it or talk about it, because this year has been, a good balance of the highs and the lows. And I've been through a lot personally. The team has been through a whole lot, and even the children. This year really tested our faith in ways that I never even knew was possible. For me personally, I had surgery this year. I had a hip replacement surgery, so I was bedridden for about 3 months, and I mean, of course, it was one of the worst experiences of my entire life. And I think in those moments when I couldn't walk or where I had to start learning to walk again, um, I realized that there were a lot of things that um, I had neglected. I've spent the last 5 years of my life just really running with this idea that, chess can change the world. Chess can help children in poverty find a place in that world. Chess can give them an opportunity, to become. And I had given everything, absolutely everything to it. And in those few months where I was just bedridden and I couldn't do the work that I was so deeply passionate about, it made me realize that there were a lot of relationships that I did not invest in, right? And those are the same people that were there for me in my lowest moment. And yeah, so it was truly humbling. Like I said, a good balance of the highs and lows. But I think that the beauty of lows is they help us appreciate the highs. It's just like this, what is it called? This machine that monitors, this heart rate monitor, and it goes all the way up, it goes all the way down, up and down, up and down. The moment it flatlines, you're dead, right? So like that's my life. I've come to embrace the highs and lows and know that, oh, this incredible highs, remind me that, oh, you're doing a great job, right? There are a lot of things that, will be outside your control, but that's okay, right? You can go again. You can push through a lot of this pain. You can push through a lot of this pressure. With time, I also got to realize that uh maybe my ambition, disproportionately, exceeds my capacity to actually do certain things. And these are like things I had to like come to a humble realization of, with time, especially like after my surgery. And I also realized, I didn't invest as much in a lot of relationships because I was too engrossed in purpose and mission in the work that I did. And I didn't find proper balance as well. And one of the things, as leaders is because you're like there's so much that happens, and you're just right in the middle of it. You are mostly just reacting to things. Oh, we need to do this, you're reacting. Oh, we need to do this, you're reacting to everything. Everyone is pulling you in different directions. You're never really sitting down to create properly. Like you're never the one that gets to initiate things, right? And I'm sure like a lot of this would probably make sense to you guys, like how you've transitioned over time, from being relatively unknown, just building quietly, to just being, you know, all over the place, and you're now a recognizable face. And for some reason, everyone wants you to do something for them. Everyone wants something from you. And I've had to struggle with this as well. 2 years ago, I had maybe 200 followers on my Twitter, and all of a sudden gained over 300,000 people from all over the world, just because I started sharing more, details about the work that we do. So, but, in essence, I'm grateful, personally, right? Through the hardship this year, through the pain, I came out on top. I mean, I'm walking now without crutches. I'm just really thankful. And as regards what we faced as an organization and the team and the children, I think it was, and this was very recent. We lost a child. um, by the way, I've had my own fair share of Twitter, back and forth as well. And yeah, it was quite surprising, honestly. And I mean, but with time, I think one of the best advices I got was, no good deed goes unpunished, right? You may think, oh, because you want to do a lot of good in the world, right? It makes sense that everyone would love that, but the truth is, the moment you decide to do good or represent, kindness in a world that is driven by greed, you're pushing against the grain, and there's going to be a lot of pushback, a lot of resistance, right? And I saw that for the first time this year, and that was hard. It was hard to accept, right? But I had to find a way around it. Recently we lost a child, one of the kids in our academy in Makoko. He had an accident in church. He was trying to help with speakers in church, and he just fell on his spine, and had to like take him to the hospital. And we had to get one of the best neurosurgeons in the country to operate him, and it was fine afterwards. But then suddenly, I think the injury triggered a lot of underlying ailments, and it just cascaded into everything else. And the boy just kept fighting for his life. I remember we were trying to raise money. We spent over $30,000, on his treatment, and despite all our best efforts, we lost him. And that hurt very deeply because like, it was just a kid, right? It was a kid trying to help. His name is Matthew. And that was just the kind of kid it was. Because the community where we're teaching, English is not their first language. So they speak a language called Egun. But he's one of those kids, that can't speak both languages. So it helps out the classmates whenever we're teaching them, complex ideas or using complex terminologies. It helps to break it down in their local languages. And to just see that happen to him, we as a team did not know how to deal with that, right? And we felt that grief very deeply, because it's important that we're able to feel all of these things, because these are the children we're advocating for. These are the children that we're telling the world that, see, listen, they have incredible potential. Somebody just has to take a chance on them, right? But so that loss was deep for me, honestly. And I kind of spiraled a bit. I'm making this public for the first time, because I was really hoping that like, we're going to have an expected outcome after all the efforts. It was just going to be fine, and maybe someday in the future it would get to pay it forward for other children like him, right? Because that's the idea. Like, you change one child's life from poverty, they have that sense of duty to other children like them, right? And it just don't work out that way. And that was really, really tough. And it made me learn a bit about grief. I mean, now, grief is like our final act of love. It's a lot of love, a lot of these emotions with no place to go. And it's just something you have to live through. It doesn't completely go away, but something you have to accept at some point, right? So, I mean, now we're trying to get insurance for all the children in our academy. We're trying to solve one problem, which is empower children with chess, but like 100 other things, show up. So, we're trying to partner with health organizations to get all of them insurance. So when we have incidences like this in the future, we're better prepared for it. So again, I'm just grateful. There's so much to tell, so many stories. And this all feels very surreal, this fundraiser, seeing you guys, Maurice, Ashley, and, Danny, you guys are my heroes. Shout out to Angeline, to Miriam, to Casa. All of this feels so surreal. It's a dream come true for us, honestly, because we're trying to do so much. But then if you want to change the world, somebody has to pay for it. I'm willing to give all my time and life to it. But we realize very quickly that there's very little you can do without, the right resource. And that's something I'm deeply committed to. And you guys being able to do this with us and for us is something I'll never forget, right? So I'm grateful this year for the ups and downs, and next year will definitely be better.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot of places to go there. I mean, I appreciate the like earnest solemnity of this discussion. I think what stuck with me, especially toward the end, was like this idea of like grief being like the final act of love in some ways. And yeah, it's definitely something I empathize with on various levels. But there's also kind of like a triumphant pivot in that as well, the extent to which why we're doing this, what we're doing this for, the impact we're actually making and you're making on kids that could be you, could be me, it's very clear to see the through line between how support changes outcomes. And I think I've certainly been a recipient of that various parts of my life. I mean, Tunde, you certainly have in some ways as well, and you're just paying it forward. And we use that term a lot, paying it forward, but it's actually applicable here because you're just identifying kids that had the same needs you did, and trying to do something about it. So it really, really resonates, and hopefully it resonates with the folks watching as well, because you're really making a huge difference when with the impact, with the donations and the support. It's really going somewhere that really matters. Yeah, I can toss it to Danny or Maurice if you wanted to chime in or add anything to that. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah. Yeah, well said, Casa and Tunde. I mean, sharing that stuff is it's heavy stuff, and I definitely resonate with connect with what you said about grief. My wife always says grief is the price we pay for love, right? But I like how you said it as well, right? It's like the final act of love, and it's tough. And you know, I also, what you said earlier about appreciating that, if everything's perfect, if everything's on a flat line, I guess that means you're dead, right? You don't have any other reason to be here. And so part of experiencing the ups and downs is the key to the joy of what we're all trying to do. And no rain makes a desert, right? And so it's when you're talking about it through the direct experience or the direct story of something so recent and so intimate for a child to lose their life, and that it's really hard to say anything that doesn't feel like you're wrapping a ribbon around something that is just tragic and unfair if we feel that way, but I definitely feel grateful for people like you, and I wanted to say that we were talking earlier about the idea that a lot of the kids in this program before what you were doing didn't even know that chess was necessarily a thing, let alone that they could be 24 or 2,500, right? And I think that type of transformational thing just doesn't happen that often. Is one of the things that I feel so excited about and grateful for chess.com to be able to support what you're doing, and for everyone here to be able to do that. Because to me, if all we're doing in life is informational change. My wife and I talk a lot about this. She's a teacher, and we at one point we were doing speaking and lectures with kids. And one of the stories, I'm just going to share a quick anecdote, was we were in a small town asking kids what they wanted to do, what they saw as their career opportunity, what they saw about their future. And what happens is when people go around the room like that, they literally can only say things that they've seen other people do. They can say I can see a job here in this construction, or I could see a job at this restaurant, or this and that, and not taking anything away from those jobs, right? There's nothing wrong with that at all. But you realize that people can only do what they see other people having done, right? And if all they have is access to information that says that life can only be this certain level of happiness, life can only be this certain level of opportunity, life can only be this certain type of job, then we're all stuck in our own sort of self-fulfilled kind of existence, right? And I think doing something transformational, like bringing chess to an area that it didn't exist before, let alone the idea that maybe there is a great hero to come out of this. Maybe there is not just future grandmasters, but someone who could become a really great player. Not because that's needed necessarily. Chess has all kinds of educational benefits outside of whether you become a really, really great player. But I think there's something super special about that because, shout out to, Maurice Ashley, who was a transformational and is a transformational person, right? And in terms of leading the way, as the first Black grandmaster, what you're doing in this scenario, as far as leading the way and showing people that their opportunities and their access and what they could achieve in their life might be more transformational than just the information they have in front of them, right? And I just wanted to say that for me, that's just a super special thing, because it takes guts, and often it takes great risk to believe you can do something that hasn't been done before. And at the same time, those types of things are the things that change the world, not because there's anything wrong with doing a job or learning information with what you know. But I think that we all want to leave the world a better place than we found it. It's sort of like part of our human existence is the belief that we can do that, whether it's crazy or not, right? A lot of us want to believe that we can do that and want to invest in things that become bigger than just the little tiny blip that we are on this huge cosmic timeline, right? And so I just wanted to say, obviously, thank you for sharing that. It's sad to even build on that conversation, because for that kid and for that family, there's nothing but grief and heartfelt condolences to go. But through the lens of the broader thing you're doing, I just want to say that every moment that is sad and gives us an opportunity to be grateful for kind of the idea that you're creating a transformational view and opportunity for people makes me feel very grateful for what you're doing. Makes me feel grateful for what people like Maurice have done, and makes me feel grateful for hopefully what chess can continue to do. as far as helping kids think a little bit more deeply and maybe bigger than what's currently in front of them. If that's some of the things that we think chess can do for people. And I don't know, I just wanted to say that because earlier when you were talking about it, it just really resonated with me that this is something that is super unique and super special. And thank you for doing it. And I hope that anyone who has the means to do so or would consider supporting something bigger than themselves, this is why we're doing this, is because what you're doing is going to create impact and meaning beyond the individual people involved in it. And so thank you for doing that. And I don't have anything else to say, and also really appreciate you being vulnerable and sharing that story.
Danny, thanks for sharing your thoughts, everyone here. When I reflect on this, I really, again, chess, we have this family. And people, when they think of chess, a lot of times people would think of chess players as though they're sort of a monolithic group of maybe eggheads, if they may see it that way. That's the stereotypical image of the chess player that was in the media for so long. And streaming has changed that a lot. The kind of access to be able to speak to real life chess players or to hear their thoughts, what they care about, what they are concerned about, what they are in ways that they're vulnerable. I've come to see that you can't just pigeonhole chess players, that they're people too, and that they're real people with real challenges, real life challenges. They just happen to be very good at chess. And a lot of times you also see great moves and you want to watch the great players, the Magnuses, the Fabis, the Hikarus of the world. You want to watch that. We're all entertained and excited by that. But there's this other side of chess that's made it this epic game that has been around for all these, not just decades, I mean, not just century, millennia even. Well, okay, 1,500 years in various forms, because it's so transformational. It's such a part of the human experience, a real part of us that everyone, even when they don't understand chess, can understand its significance. And at every turn, in every decade, in every century, we get the new disciples. Either we get the great players, but we also get the transformers. People like Tunde, who take up the cause of chess, take up the magic of chess, and turn it into something even more magical. So we appreciate everything you do, Tunde, as you go on this journey, the challenges, personal challenges that you face, and you continue to lead in marvelous ways. And folks, you hear the authenticity in his voice, the sense of purpose that he has, the sacrifices that he continues to make. So we know you only have so much to give in this holiday season. You've probably been giving in other places and spaces as well. And we just hope you find it maybe a little bit extra or something that you've got that you're able to maybe donate a little bit more to this cause. And just whatever little bit you do has resonates out into the universe in very special ways to help change lives. As you see a great leader in Tunde make that happen, and a great leader in Danny and Eric putting a platform together that says, yeah, we want to do things like this. We want to see things like this happen for chess, not just the great players and their play and all that, which we all love, but also the great causes that the game embraces and the game is able to cover with its wide wings. That's the beauty of chess. It just can envelop so much under this wonderful umbrella. It's beautiful. And again, that's why I'm here. Like somebody says something like this, let's make it happen. I'm here. Let's make it happen. Let's be a part of this change that chess can do for the world.
Yeah, I mean, very well said. I think I'm just listening to all you guys talk about, your years and your experiences and your lessons. Really good discussion. I'm grateful to be present and listen. We're gonna take a short break after all of that. Like there was a lot there. That's gonna sit with me for a little bit longer. Hopefully it sits with the folks at home. We've eclipsed 16,000. There have been a number of donations while we were speaking that I did not acknowledge, but shout out to the folks that did do so. Again, we're all grateful for it. And Danny, thanks for joining us. I know, again, busy holiday season, Friday as well. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having me. No, this is awesome, amazing, and honestly, Maurice is right. Next year, more planning. I don't think there's any world where we don't do this annually to some degree. I mean, I think that anything we can do to help support what you're doing, Tunde, we can and will. You know, thank you for everything you shared. Thank you for having me. And I am going to bounce around family stuff, and I'm going to keep watching and keep pushing. I feel like I owe a bunch of stuff that I didn't do, by the way, Kazi. Not because I was going to say, I can do it, but
like, what's the deal?
All right, how about this?
Am I doing it?
How about this? Before you leave us, you at least gotta do something in the next 30
whatever you want me to do. There were like
push-ups. What's the
yeah,
deal with the push-ups?
let's see some push-ups.
I'll do the push-up. Okay, I mean it's awkward to do that on camera, but I guess like okay,
yeah, just give us a few. Let's just see some.
Okay,
yeah. Go over to the other side. We want to see you
I'm
down
gonna
there.
try to do 50 because that's what they said I have to do. But all right.
Okay.
The form is.
Are we counting?
Go a little slower.
Somebody has to count. Somebody has to count.
I'm counting.
We're gonna say it was about.
That's 10. I'll tell you when you hit 20. It's impressive. 20. Okay, you're almost halfway there. I was 25. You got halfway to go.
Should have done this before I exercised this morning. Boy, okay.
He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
He's feeling the burn.
That's
here.
30. You got 20 more to go.
It's 35. I owe 15 more. I owe
What's
15 more.
I
will do
30.
more.
How did we get 35? I counted 30. I counted 30.
Only 30?
Yeah, I
I
counted
thought it was 35.
Yeah, you gotta get down there. Get down there. Start working. 20 more to go. You're gonna get there. Don't worry. We got you. We got you. Let's go. This is hard work right here, folks. You can tell he's been in the gym. That's 5 more. That's 6. Oh, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. Go for it. Look at this. Woo! Okay, I think he just hit 40. He's got 10 more. I love his determination. He's gonna feel this later, but I'm loving it.
This is really hard now. Okay.
We know it is. I know what that feels like.
Well, that was we'll allow that. We'll accept that.
No, we're not allowed anything. We're going all the way. This is you like to mealy your way through stuff, Casa. I see that. No, Danny's the man. He's gonna do the last. He's got 4 to go. He's got 3 to go. 3, Daddy. Come on, do it.
Come on.
2 more. 2 more. You got it. One last one. Bang, bang. Take it. That's what's up. That's what's up. Oh, he's even doing extra. I love it. Hey, look at that. Look at that. That's called non-mealy push-ups right there. Yup. Boom, boom. Danny Rich.
That was it, right?
Bravo.
Well, on that note,
Danny,
you fulfilled one of your many obligations, and with that, have a great weekend, rest of your afternoon, and folks, we're gonna have a short break and then be back with you. Stay with us.
Proud of you, Danny.
Chess is like a magic adventure. It's a simple outfit. So ahead and make smart moves. We make new friends and work together.
Chess is like a puzzle. It challenges you to solve problems and find solutions. Chess is a battlefield. I strategize. I lead my pieces like a commander, leading an army.
Chess helped me to believe in myself. It shows that I can overcome challenges and achieve great things.
I'm like a knight.
I see myself as a rook.
I am like a bishop. I seek knowledge and understanding to make wise decisions.
I feel like a queen because I want the power to make positive change in the world.
Chess means friendship to me. I feel like it's going because I may start work. But it's determination. I can become employed.
Men are gonna come along and want to teach you things. Doesn't make them any smarter. You just let them blow by, and you go on ahead and do just what and how you feel like. Someday you're gonna be all alone, so you need to figure out how to take care of yourself. Tell the readers of life how it feels to be a girl among all those men.
I don't mind it. Chess isn't always competitive. Chess can also be beautiful.
You're an orphan, Beth.
I'm fine being alone. I feel safe in an entire world of just 64 squares.
How creativity and psychosis often go hand in hand. Or for that matter, genius and madness.
There's no player in the world as gifted as you are. There is one player that scares me.
Who?
The Russian.
Don't make me over.
He is a world champion.
Now that I do anything for you.
I'm supposed to go to Russia, but what I want is a drink.
I'm worried about you.
Don't make me over. Like.
What on earth for? Maybe it's in my blood. My mother went crazy.
Went crazy or always was?
I don't even know if I'm good enough.
You're the best there is. You've got your gift. And you've got what it costs. Hard to say for you.
As you go through life, you'll see there is so much that we don't understand. Baby, say me no more. And the only thing we know is things don't always go the way we planned. Ayona bona to be susulo. When it seems all
You must be confident and you must believe in yourself. You guys have done so well. And we are all proud of you.
The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be lighted.
go through life, you'll see there is so much that we don't understand. Baby, say me no more. And the only thing we know is things don't always go the way we planned. Ayona bona to pemende susulo. When it seems all
You must be confident and you must believe in yourself. You guys have done so well. And we are all proud of you.
The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be lighted.
Hey folks, welcome back to this amazing show in fundraising for Chess in the Slums Africa. We are at we've eclipsed 16,000 and counting. We have over 2,000 players in the arena, and we have a little bit less than an hour and a half to go. So please do help us get to that fundraising goal we have of 50,000. Any contribution makes a huge difference, and you've seen some of the clips. You've heard us talk about it. We are helping to fund education for 5,000 children in Africa in 2024 and across multiple countries. And yeah, it's just an incredible cause. And we have another guest. The guests keep rolling. And with me now, or with us now, because I'm already flanked by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley and the founder of this program, Tunde. I'm joined by Fun Master Mike, aka Chess Kid Extraordinaire, aka flying every airline in the world, aka Mike Klein. How are you doing?
Doing great, aka I'm about to fly a new airline because I'm going to be going to Nigeria, I think. So I think that's why I'm on the show. Tunde hopefully has my entire itinerary planned out. But yeah, I was in a couple of meetings a couple days ago, and I got out of like 3 straight meetings, and I checked my phone, and I was like, oh, Chess and Slums, let me engage with that tweet. And I said, if I get 1,000 likes, I would go to Nigeria. I got 9,500 likes. I got 1,000 reposts. Tunde, your country mobilized in a way that I did not know they could. And so that means I'll be seeing you in your homeland someday.
Absolutely, Mike. I already kept a cup for you. So I kept all sizes for you. And I mean, to be an absolute delight to have you here. When I saw the tweet, I was like, okay, okay, I know we can do this. And one thing about Nigerians is don't test them. I remember when um, somebody, yeah, in Nigeria broke the Guinness World Record for, I think, the longest cookathon. And like the server of the Guinness World Records for that day completely broke down. Like Nigerians were all over it. Everyone was so excited. So it's that spirit of community. Like whenever there's an opportunity and people feel like there's a way for them to contribute to that, you just see them go crazy. So when you put out the Twitter, like a lot of people were excited, oh, my claim might come to Nigeria. Okay, so let's engage. Even before I saw the tweet, it had gotten to almost 5,000 likes already. I was like, wow, how do people see this? And I mean, again, of course, you'd always have a home here. And you should definitely start booking your flights. Have your entire itinerary planned already. The Simons, the Amalas, and of course the Fila anyway. So it's going to be a whole experience, right? And because you got almost 10,000 likes, people are saying you need to come 10 times. So 1,000 likes for one visit.
That's awesome. And yeah, I'm looking forward to trading a Chess Kid hat for your hat. I definitely want to wear your hat for my events, but I can't wait to try some Jaffa rice and some fufu. I'm saving my Nigerian naira now. So yeah, and in fact, if we raise 14,000 more dollars, then you get a twofer because Gert from Chessable will come if we get our fundraising goal to 30,000. So that's the next threshold. You'll get Chessable and Chess Kid in Nigeria.
I mean, that's the brain trust right there. I mean, it's like a nice little chunk of the brain trust right there. And I heard the word on the street, Mike, was that there was Chess Kid involvement in Nigeria already. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, Tunde, I think it was during the pandemic we found about what you were doing. You're now very big. I'm not sure how big you were 3 years ago, but you were we engaged with you, and I think we gave some memberships and everything. However, the in-person experience is really what I'm looking forward to the most, because I saw some of the videos we played during the break there, and these kids look so motivated and so focused. Frankly, more focused than some of the kids I've taught in my career. So I can't wait to see everything in action. And I tell this sort of anecdote that Magnus Carlsen is the best chess player in the world. We all accept that. But is he the best chess player in the world if every single child had been availed the game when they were young? We truly don't know. And we actually work with a Nigerian American kid named Tani, who did not learn the game until he was 7 or 8 years old, and grew up in Nigeria. So that's the cool thing about these programs, these grassroots programs like Tunde, is like, we are, not that we're trying to raise the next world champion, but it is nice for kids to get opportunities through the game of chess, and identifying them at a young age is just brilliant.
Yeah, shout out, by the way, in the intervening time, we did have a few donations come in. I did see one name I remember, Differential Forms. So shout out Differential Forms for the donation. We really greatly appreciate that. And they keep coming in. This is the beautiful thing. Shout out Colin with the donation here. We appreciate that. And yeah, sorry, I gotta jump in now and then and give show some love to our contributors. By the way, we haven't talked chess in a moment, like specifically on the board. And I know Maurice, I know you've been keeping on, because I switched it purposely to the Benjamin Bach game. He joined the arena an hour and a half late. He's in 9th place, and so
Wow.
he's streaming. So he's been very much a part of this, weighing in on the final standings here. And we got a game on our hands.
We do. We got, when you have two 2900s playing, it's on. And I'm really focused on this one because obviously, look at this pawn structure, perfect. Piece play, ideal. Black is fine. White is fine. What are they going to cook up to try to win this game? And by the way, full deep into all these exchanges of so many pieces, and both have 2 minutes extra still on the clock. Like it's going to be hard to see what's going to be the differentiator in this game, as they're clearly elite players and this close in position.
It's funny because both sides have their advantages. Like white has the D file, but black has this sort of annoying pin which really prevents white from fully extracting the maximum.
Well, I expected king G1. I expected this, and now the pin is gone. But a knight D4 might come at some point, but that
now
might be a new
now I thought E5 was an option. Okay, queen E4 is an option. It seems like queen E4 would not have been my first. Believe it or not, I don't always want to trade queens. The queen trade here I don't think was ideal because now there's some rook D4, rook D6 dynamics, or rook D7 dynamics.
Is a problem with knight D4 needing to be stopped instantly in that exact moment. But look at this, a little bit massaging of the structure, and this knight has to find itself on D5 eventually, as it's going to go to E3. I don't think that A pawn means anything to white at the moment, as the knight is definitely looking to get to D5 ASAP. Now he might press pause and think about playing a move like A3, and then this knight needs to extricate itself from the C3 squares. Moves like rook D3 come to mind, but it's still knight D5 is the money move. Sooner or later, this is the move he's going to want to play. Should he take now and then play knight D5?
I think there's some trouble in paradise here, actually, and yeah, it's extremely unpleasant.
Unpleasant, maybe not done. After king F8, the A pawn is hanging, and the knight is headed to D4, and he quickly just.
It's unpleasant.
It looked like a whoa,
and that's
A7 just landed.
Was
on the board.
Question. Was that a mouse slip? Yes or no?
Wow. Yes. Let's call it a mouse slip.
Okay, that's the nicer.
Let's call it. Maybe he wanted to play rook to B7, which doesn't look that good either. So drops the pawn on A3, but we did not expect that kind of ludicrous blunder to come from Lucliasco. But Benjamin Bach is on his way.
Well, we'll stick with him for a moment. I heard, Mike, that part of this trip was playing the kids blindfold, and I just had a few questions. One, do you realize what you're getting yourself into? Because we've heard already from Tunde that these kids are kind of good. So, like, good luck. And secondly, when's the last time you played blindfold? Do you remember where the pieces go when you play blindfold? Like, what does that look like typically?
I barely remember how they move when I'm sighted, but I do want to point out, I did not sign up for blindfold. I got signed up for that. I signed up for a simul. But I do think maximizing my time there. And, I just had this match that I hosted between Gotham and Fausti. And I asked Gotham, I was like, what do you have to gain playing a 10-year-old kid? And he's like, it's good content, right? So if I go down there and these kids beat up on me blindfolded, it's good content. So I won't mind. The last time I played blindfold, used to do a camp at Emory University in Atlanta.
Castle.
Yep. Yeah. And you might remember sometimes me and Julio Becerra and Anna Zatonsky, we would play blindfolded in the Blitz tournament. Now, I would only play in the under 1600 section, but yeah, blindfold Blitz, you know how it is. Any endgame you lose because of the time it takes to transfer the moves. Anyway, it's been a while, Casa. But yeah, if the kids want to play me blindfolded and embarrass the old man, I'll sign up for it.
Yeah, what I heard is you're going to get schooled. That's what I heard.
Yeah, it's true.
Good luck. These kids are 2,500, approaching 2,500 in Blitz. Good luck.
Yeah, Tunde actually schooled me once on my own show. Tunde matched up with me in the Beat Fun Master Mike show, and I got schooled from him. So the students, if they're a chip off the old block. So guys, I work for a kid website. I make silly videos. Okay. I have no ego in this game. Okay.
All right. Well, very well. Well, those competitive embers don't totally die out regardless of what you're doing. So I kind of believe you, but not entirely. Let me put it that way.
Let me say something about Mike Klein. There was a situation. I gave a puzzle. It was a progressive chess. Wasn't exactly chess, but it's still a tough puzzle and challenging to do. Progressive chess puzzle, progressive mate in 5. It means that one side makes 5 moves in a row, and it has to be mate when you make your 5th move. And was it St. Louis we were in, Mike? I forget where it was we were. But there were 2 GMs trying to solve this puzzle. And it was a cute puzzle I made up. 2 GMs sitting there, and guess who solved the puzzle first and embarrassed the GMs?
I actually don't remember this, but okay.
You don't remember? You have so many accomplishments in your life that showing up GMs doesn't
Just
even
a blip on the
qualify as
radar.
something you remember?
Just a blip on the radar, Maurice.
I learned
I'm amazed. I'm impressed.
I learned 20 years ago that three checks and atomic and all of these crazy retrograde analysis, progressive, that's the only way I can compete. I once taught Anish this game called take back, or sorry, deny. You make a move and your opponent can either accept the move or deny it, but then they have to accept your second move. You can deny.
I call that not chess. I didn't realize it was called deny, but yes.
Fair enough. Okay. I beat Anish 3-0 because it's a different pattern. So I've done enough progressive chess to understand a little bit of like some of the things you have to do, but I appreciate the love, Maurice. I'm truthful in saying I do not remember that, but it does track because I like progressive.
And I remember, I even remember the puzzle I gave you because you blew up one of my favorite puzzles and I didn't appreciate it. But then I was shocked when you solved it ahead of the two gems you were sitting next to. One of them being Yes or Sirwan, by the way. So yeah, pretty cool. So we know you can play. We know you've got some skills. You're not just going to go there and get schooled.
Tunde, what else do you have lined up for me besides blindfold and simuls and anything else I can do while I'm down there?
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, and I would like to say this. I think Chesskid has been absolutely amazing for us. And just to circle back to the story you shared earlier, I just wanted to expand on that a little bit. So during the pandemic was when like we started gaining like a bit more traction, because like we have been doing chess and slums for like 2 years, but then I wasn't using Twitter, right? I barely used social media. I would just maybe share about the work that we did a few times on, on Facebook. But when the pandemic happened, I joined Twitter for the first time. And I think Chesskid was one of the first accounts I followed, and a few people, right? So I never used to tweet or share anything. So one of those days, I think it was the birthday of one of the girls in our academy, and I just wanted to write something compelling about it, and I shared it. It was the first time I ever tweeted anything, and I just woke up the next day and I saw it had almost 4,000 likes. Like, oh, what's going on here? The story resonated with a lot of people, and I think that was when Chesskid reached out. So you can imagine, the excitement when I got the message, and I had got to meet Karifan, the CEO of Chesskid, and it was such a life-changing moment because Karifan, and shout out to him. I don't know if he's here or if he's listening to this, but like top 5 people, greatest people I've ever met in my entire life. Karifan is definitely top there. Not only was he very patient with us, because at the time, a lot was going on happening at the same time. It helped us set up structure, everything for chess and slums, like a lot of like the foundational things that we had to do to set up like a proper organization to help us transition from just a passion project, like to being able to function as an organization that could have systems in place. A lot of that was because of Karifan. He literally sat down with me for hours and helped like set up this entire structure, and also, give our kids, new access. Now we couldn't have in-person training anymore, and we didn't have devices to teach the kids. We're able to get 10 iPads, from Chesskid support, help them set up accounts. And for the first time, a lot of the kids got to like engage the use of the internet and technology. Even I didn't realize that a lot of them had never seen laptops before or even used, iPads before. So we had to like literally teach them from the beginning. So the first real use of the internet and technology was like playing chess. I was in Chesskid then. So we even had a virtual match, with the University of California virtually that ended in a draw. And that was our first real, their first real exposure to technology and, what was possible. And, of course, that started to change our trajectory. We started to get more, global attention from the chess community. And again, that meeting entirely changed our fortunes. And I just wanted to say thank you, especially to you, my client as well, and Karifan. And of course, like when you're in Nigeria, you're going to do a lot of things. The first one, of course, is to eat our jollof rice, right? Because there's this ongoing debate that might be the reason for World War III between Nigeria and Ghana. So it is my responsibility and my duty as a citizen to take you to the best jollof rice spot and, make sure you have the best experience. So in the nearest future, if you ever go to Ghana, you just it's incomparable, right? So when you get to Ghana, just tell them that, see, I've had the best jollof in Nigeria already. You guys don't need to bother, don't even try. There's nothing will beat this. So you have to let them know this. And of course, I will take you to our chess boat. We built a boat, for the kids in the largest floating slum in the world. You can take a tour on that. Also take you to, a few places where you can get Afrobeat music. Afrobeat music is global now, right? And just a few places where you can dance, to Afrobeat music. I mean, Kasa already mentioned that Maurice is a great dancer. I wonder if Fun Master Mike is a good dancer.
Hold on. So first of all, I have to interject here. I've never I heard I've never that was Danny. I've not seen Maurice. I'd have to judge for myself before I give high praise. I was reacting to the you just kind of dismissed Ghanaian food like I am
I'm sitting here, I'm literally sitting here trying to bite my tongue as I'm listening to him diss my Ghanaian brothers and sisters.
I have Ghanaian roots. Tunde, I have Ghanaian roots. So I'm gonna have to check in with the family now, and we're gonna have to have some discussion.
I know they're biting their fingers right now listening to this nonsense happen. I've been to Ghana 3 times already. What you're trying to claim? Nigerians are known for being proud,
very proud. Very proud.
And feeling like their country is it. And I see you following in those footsteps today. And all this fun that Mike's gonna have too, I'm not appreciating this at all.
I've seen Maurice dance, okay? Competency is very high. Commitment is off the charts, okay? Maurice, you'll go out after midnight. You're a young man at the dance floor. But Tunde, I don't have a bone in the game on Nigeria versus Ghana, except that Ghana has kicked USA out of too many World Cups in football. So I'm team Nigeria on this one, okay? I'm tired of Ghanaians ruining my fun every 4 years.
Hey, the cult, and also the cult. I mean, let's be real. I mean, even as being part Ghanaian, I can recognize the cultural import of Nigeria is so real. I mean, it's ubiquitous. I mean, like the music, the food. It's the people, the charisma. I mean, we know this. We know this. So
that's why he doesn't have to trash other countries while he's talking. He should just keep quiet about the other countries and know that you got the swag because you have the respect. You're bringing it already. But I'm gonna have to see for myself.
Speaking of bringing the swag, folks, we are here for a reason. We're here for a very noble cause. Support kids getting their education, having the opportunity to get their education. Also, be involved in chess and pursue chess. Please donate to the Chess in the Slums Africa right now. We're trying to hit where our next milestone is around 20K. We really want to get to 50, and we still have the time to do it. So folks, really do consider donating, consider opening your hearts this holiday season. I would also be remiss if I didn't say we are actually at over 2,200 players in this arena right now, which is wild. Like crazy. I do not see many arenas with this number of players, which is incredible. And we had some incredible games too, by the way, while we've been talking. There was a three pieces for a queen dynamic. So is there any player in this list, Maurice, or any name you see you want to tune in on? I mean, we looked at Bach. We could definitely go back to him. We have an FM at the top of the table right now, but is there any?
I'm going to give respect to the GM. So
all right, so we're going to pop in on Bach again then and see how he's fared. He's
by the way, what
what
number are we at right
now? We are at 16. A little over 16K right now. So we have some work to do.
We got some work to do, folks.
We got some serious work to do, folks.
Come on. I mean, we're talking about 50K, which sounds like a lot, but when you're trying to impact 5,000 kids, that's how far your money will go. 5,000 kids with 50K. That's $10 a child. So as many people as may be watching right now, I mean, just think about how many children you will impact with just $10 a child. And so
Guys, I'd like to donate while I'm on the air. Tunde, if I give $100, will you promise that you will not make a video of me dancing? Is that the
Oh, no, 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 no. No. I'll give 105 to counter if you do that. I will make sure that this happens. Not a chance. Not a
110.
chance.
No, you got it.
110.
It's for the content, Mike. I mean, let's be real. It's good seeing you act a fool is good content.
Okay, you look. We can keep this going, Mike. You got 110. I got 140.
Before I go higher, in my Chess Kid video on Desperado, I sang the Eagles song. It is patently clear that I have no skills in this world except for chess. Okay, singing, dancing, art. So it's going to be embarrassing, but I'm afraid, Maurice, you know, you're 10 years further down your career. You might have a little bit higher bank account. This could be a tricky game if I keep trying to leapfrog you here.
You work for Chess. You work for Chess Kid and chess.com. You guys are killing it. Don't try that game on me. Let's go. I want to see it happen.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give 100 live on the show once I set up my account here. And I guess me dancing to Afro beats is fair play. So.
Okay. Well, you just backed down too easily. So we're just going to leave you alone.
So yeah, I just got word from our producer here that if everyone donates $10, just $10, we'll actually reach our fundraising goal. We have 3.5K folks watching. If everyone donates $10, we reach our goal, and I think we can do it. We can do it just like that, folks. So
that's a beautiful way of putting it.
So
beautiful
again,
way of putting the math.
Again, people are in different situations in their lives and what they can give, and obviously the holiday season is a challenging one. It's a beautiful one, but sometimes it can be challenging as well for many. But any amount can make a difference, and we know this. I've seen it with my own eyes in various ways too. So
I'm wondering if chess players are, as I am, deadline motivated, right? Like we're at 104.39 right now. So maybe everybody feels like, okay, they have some time. Let's see what happens. Let's wait until it's like 5 minutes left. And then let's then give to catch up. But I'm wondering, how fast can you give in the next 4 minutes?
That's a good question.
Like, how fast can you give in the next 4 minutes? So we got 4 minutes and 18 seconds. How quickly can you give? Can you give $5 in the next 4 minutes and 14 seconds? Let's keep it at 5. We were talking about 10 before, but let's just keep it at 5. How fast, how many people in the next 4 minutes? You got 4 minutes to give $5. How about that as a challenge, right? Real quick, just snap it out. We got 3 minutes and 55 seconds. I would love to see how many people can just be like, look, this is what I'm going to give right now, and just make it happen with your clock ticking down to this 1 hour period so that we are that much closer. We could close the gap by 50% right in the next 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
It's true. Urgency, it comes out in different ways. And I think that chess players at least tend to be a procrastinating bunch. The community generally at large that follows chess and is passionate about it and so on, it might be a different dynamic. But shout out to Mike Klein for his donation. We took note there, and also shout out, there was an anonymous donor that actually did heed our call to action and tacked on $10. So we're getting closer to 17K, but we have a lot further to go. And you're doing it for a good cause as well. This position we haven't talked about. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
I was going to say, Maurice, you remind me a lot. You got my brain thinking about how the NPR pledge drive works and all the different ways they get you to donate. And like Ira Glass would say to the viewer at home, you love chess so much that you're watching a show where we're not even talking about chess. That's how much you love chess. So put your money where your mouth is, because you're so committed to chess.com that you're watching a show where we're not even discussing the moves on the board. That would be how Ira Glass would put it. So
I don't know about Ira and NPR and all that, but and I don't know about you, but I am watching the chess. We got the chess on the side. We ever so often bring it back. But this cause is so beautiful. What Tunde is about is so wonderful that it just it's worth it's worth $5, $10, anything that you can give. But now that you said that, Mr. Fun Master Mike, let us get into the chess. Let's give some.
Yeah, this game's about to pop, this game is about to pop off a little bit because I don't. It actually was. Black had this opportunity to go G5 with knight H7. I thought that was the intent. Black elected not to do that, but you can see the delaying of castling. We see it in so many Italians. I think it's a flawed plan this time around. I think D4 is the proper response here. You hit strike in the center to counteract the flank dynamic, and tossing an A5 here. I think D5 here is a little dubious because you open up that dark squared bishop a little prematurely, although you might shut the lane down with C5. No harm, no foul. Black is going to have some counterplay on the king side.
And just play G5 to boot, as white has played C5 trying to shut down the diagonal. That I feel is not something that's going to last very long. Just back the bishop up, and this diagonal will be gorgeous for a long time to come. And now the move G4 has been played. The issue for black is actually, I'm not feeling that trade, to be honest.
F4. White should have gone for F4 with the bishop on B2, taking advantage of that pin, opening up the F lines. Then it would all of a sudden would have been white that would have been attacking. I think bishop C1 is a bit too conciliatory. And actually, I still think white is fine. But it's just a little bit of a trickier game now.
Yeah, no, this position has changed quite dramatically because of that trade on H3, in my opinion. But I think that black still has very good chances here to maintain the balance. And is a 1200 playing against a 2300? The only issue you always want to pay attention to is the clock. So that's going to be a problem for some time. And also, this capture, I guess, going to be followed by castles. Ooh.
Yeah, I must say, I think white is actually close to winning here because
my brain just hurt seeing what just happened.
The dark squared bishop is actually never going to be revived again.
That was not a good way to play.
Okay, taking on B6 is also that wouldn't be my first choice, but it's still white is significantly better.
Well, especially after that nice move, tricking the black bishop into going to a square that it did not want to be on. And there goes that.
There we go.
You know, it's interesting, folks. A lot of times when you're watching or when you're playing, a lot of games are not ending strategically. They're ending on blunders. I mean, they're ending on pressure. That word that Cheeto mentioned earlier, a football player we had on, football star we had on earlier in the show. The idea of pressure, sometimes it's really just pressure makes people crack. And the tactics is what decides. So it was a beautiful positional game. Wasn't that interesting? Oops, sorry, you just blundered. It is so important for you to note your opponent's blunders at all times. And that is on every move. Every move, because chess is such a complex game, you should think about what mistake your opponent may have just made first. Even to me, I tell my students this, ahead of the reason the opponent played the move. It's not even about why they played their move, which is what a lot of coaches show. I don't tell my students that. I want to know, is the last move a blunder? Is the last move a mistake I should be taking advantage of? Even as we see here, Queen H3, did black just make an error? No. Okay, let's get back to the reason why black played that move, which was to hit F3. And that's how you do it. Queen E2, is that a blunder? You look around, you don't see the blunder. Okay, now let's get to trying to make a move. This one is very, very difficult because opposite colored bishops, the only factor in this game right now is going to be the clock. Like that last move, was that a blunder? Is Rook D2 winning? That's the first thing I look at.
Yeah, it's funny because it looks bad. And yeah, that's a mouse slip, unfortunately.
That was a very sad move when Rook D2
was on the board. The time is telling the story, perhaps here.
Well, no, I mean, the reality is that white looks like the one. Now there's
a wrap.
Obvious threat of Rook A8, and his opponent overlooked it, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, these light squares. It's funny. Even before black blundered the rook, I thought that white's actually winning because you can't have again the Swiss cheese. It makes the bishop so dominant, and the queen from E4 could always cover F3. So yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. You can't create Swiss cheese structures and expect to be successful. Okay, this is a winning rook endgame. I'm trying to get to a game that's competitive, but they're so fast. Again, these are 3-minute games, so you get them.
While you do that, I just want to get back to Mike. Mike, you've been doing some truly great work, but it's not just in a contained space. Chess Kid, I mean, this thing is everywhere. How many countries are you in? How many kids are on Chess Kid? We know there's 160 million on chess.com. I'm sure the number has grown in the last month since I've last checked. How many kids are playing on Chess Kid? And how many kids have you reached over the years?
Maurice, you did your research because we're at 9.93 million. So we're going to hit 10 million in early January.
Wow.
And what we're really trying to do to grow the game is to get national federations and national ministries of education to adopt the game. So for example, in April, I was down in Bolivia with our Chess Kid Espanol director, WIM Yvette Garcia. I know you know her from the St. Louis days. And I met with the Minister of Education of the country of Bolivia, and we signed an agreement for 116,000 kids to get Chess Kid accounts in Bolivia. And here's something very interesting. The government of Bolivia adopted this project because they understand they have one of the lower GDPs in South America, and they think that teaching the game of chess will make their citizenry better thinkers and therefore eventually get better jobs and actually raise the GDP of their country. Now, this is a very lofty claim. We don't necessarily go that far, but that just goes to show you, like, chess is accepted by the world now. It's just a matter of how do we get it into the schools? How do we give the teachers the tools to feel comfortable teaching the game in their native language? How do we give governments the data they need at the end of the year to be able to say how many kids learned to play a legal game, how many kids played, did a certain number of puzzles? So that's just one country that we're in. We're the country of Georgia, the country of Romania. We are in talks with really, really big federations to get 100,000 kids at a time on the website. It's a lot of work, a lot of localization of language is required. But that's been my passion, because I don't know anybody out there listening if you have children in school, but at least in the US, every kid gets art education once a week. Every kid gets music education once a week. And parents do not question this. In fact, they would be very upset if you took it away. And I want chess to be as inculcated in the curriculum as art and music and foreign language. So with, Maurice and Casa, you guys have been advocating for scholastic chess for a long time. Tunde as well. And I don't know if it happened in our lifetime, but I want chess to just be in every school.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of times the impetus for pushing that through is in the hands of legislators. It's really like it's speaking to folks in government and so on, and getting traction there. I guess in the past few years, Mike, maybe the case it's been easier to make that case given how much publicity the game has gotten. But what traditionally was the lobbying cry? Was it, or the rallying cry? Folks, I mean, I've never poured into the research myself, but it always seems like you marry chess with education and people score better in different areas. But what were the ways in which you you demonstrate that its effectiveness?
And by the way, as you answer that, Mike, Casa, I think the game is frozen. Try to pick another game.
Good shout.
Yeah, while you're finding a game, there is some decent research on chess helping raise math and even reading scores. I'm not an academic. We're going to have to defer to David Smurden and all these things. I've been told that some of the research may not have the largest sample size or the right control group and may not be recent. I will tell you that in my personal academy that I used to build up in Charlotte, I would come to meetings with principals with academic research studies. Honestly, that wasn't the biggest hurdle. The hurdle was, can we make time during the school day? Because at least in the USA, we're teaching toward the test so much. Will rank and file educators be able to teach the game? Like, is there some sort of curriculum where the average second grade teacher can teach the game? Because as everybody on this call knows, we have a labor problem in the chess world. There's 100 times more tennis teachers and piano teachers than there are chess teachers. So we kind of need to make a technological solution for kids to be able to learn the game. Obviously, I'm a little bit of a homer working for Chess Kid, right? Thinking that might be the technological solution. So I find it's more about those two issues. Is there time during the day? And can we get teachers to adopt a curriculum? Can they teach the game if we give them a good lesson plan? One of my favorite things to do, you made a joke about my travel, Casa. When I go, even for pleasure travel, I like to stop in. And in the last couple of years, I've stopped in countries like St. Lucia, the tiny Caribbean nation of Dominica, and I like to meet with their president and give them some Chess Kid memberships. Nigeria is about, I don't know, 1,000 times bigger than Dominica or St. Lucia. So there's just a lot more kids we can reach with your help today, chat and crowd, for giving some money. So
folks, yeah, that's a good point. That's a really great segue before you finish that. With your help, chat, we can make a huge difference, folks. So right now we are still not, we're moving toward that 20K that target, but we still need your help. So do donate. Again, even if it's $1, $5, these donations make a huge difference, and combined again with the folks watching, we can hit our goal even in this last hour. So please continue to do so. Meanwhile, our arena is actually well over 2,300 players, almost 2,400 players, which is truly remarkable. And I see we just got a donation coming in from Windmill Head. Thank you for the $50 there. Again, it makes a huge difference. Let's keep moving closer to that target. Back to you, Mike. I gotta shout it out intermittently. But yeah, you were saying about the size, yeah, Nigeria being 1,000 times bigger than some of these smaller states you'd envisioned doing some work with.
That's right. We've helped other African nations before too with the idea of memberships, but I think going and seeing things in person, Tunde, I imagine, will produce some really nice videos. I'm not sure if they're going to look as good as your Queen's Gambit video that you did there. That was really awesome. I can't imagine how much work that took. But I think telling stories really impacts the world too, because if I go down there and we do some great events and then we show the world what you're up to, I don't know, you've already been interviewed by BBC and all these big outlets, but we will do what we can to let the world know about the great events. And so it's going to be awesome. In fact, really funny story. I was cleaning out my desk. This is just completely random. This is a car rental permit when I drove my car from South Africa into Lesotho, because when I was down at the South African Junior Chess Championship, I taught some classes down there. So I've never been to West Africa, unless you count Morocco. So this will be a whole new part of the world for me. And it's really exciting for me because I'm always trying to see new places. So I'm glad I sent that tweet. I'll put it that way. It's not something I'm regretting.
Absolutely, Mike. And I mean, thank you so much once again. I think there's a great opportunity. And just to chime in, I think Africa is, I mean, clearly an emerging market, right? Both on the technological front and, even for global economies, right? Africa has a lot of potential, right? And, potential is nothing if it's not realized. And it's something that it has been the single story of Africa for the longest time, right? But I think things are changing now. There's now more adoption of technology. And I think if there's anything that would create new markets for Africa, it's technology. Technology is eating the world. It will drive the kind of changes that we need to see at the scale that, we never thought was possible before. Now, specifically for Chess Kid, I think there's a huge market opportunity here. Both in schools and even like for the children demographic we are trying to reach, I think there's a huge opportunity here. And I say this because I get thousands of messages from people on a weekly basis. And if I get 100 messages, 50 of those messages are asking, oh, I know my children are not in the slums, but I would like them to learn how to play chess as well. And 30 are asking, oh, we see the work that you do. How can we support? How can we volunteer, right? So there's like a lot of people that want their kids to get into chess, even a lot of adults that want to get into chess, but they don't know that there's a community for it, or they don't know where to look for it. And to me, it's always really baffling because like there's a lot of resource on the internet, right? But But that's the thing, like everyone is not a lot of people know where to look specifically, right, to get chess knowledge, right? I've met a lot of people, in Africa, here in Nigeria, and like you could line up 10 people and five of them want to get into chess. A few of them have played at some point, but they just don't know that there's a community for it. Right. So I've had to recommend chess kit to a lot of parents to the point that even next year we're thinking, maybe we could actually really rethink this, right? Because as far as we're like doing, this great work, this great cause for charity, we should maybe try and see if we can like reforge our partnership in a way that, oh, if we can get the kids that are in school, to sign up for chess kit and their parents can pay for it, a percentage of that now goes to, give chess to children that cannot pay for it. And there we have like a sustainable way, to create impact, right? So I think that there are a lot of these opportunities, a lot of this is possible. But when you come to Nigeria, definitely, I could even maybe arrange a meeting with the Commissioner for Education. She's a good chess player as well. I met her a couple of times, and she had talked about even like implementing chess in public schools and government schools, and and I think you coming would just help, fast track a lot of this, and yeah. So I'm just really excited about what is possible. But trust me, there's a market. We just need to find the right kind of narrative for it, and be able to make it as accessible as possible for everyone.
Well, that would be amazing if you can set up a meeting. But yeah, that sounds like a fantastic opportunity, and you're the right person to make these kind of connections. So looking forward to it. And I think I should start looking at plane tickets, actually. This is coming together rather quickly. So sounds awesome.
I'm also curious because I've heard this legend of your airline experiences, Mike. How many airlines is it? Like there's something about airlines or countries, like because you travel, you're kind of well known for traveling a lot. What numbers are you putting up on the board?
They're not Nigel Short numbers, but I have been to 92 countries and something around 75 airlines. Although American Airlines gets an outsized proportion of my time, but yeah, I keep a list, and I'm going to be honest with you. When you travel a lot, you always meet that person who's traveled more in a harder way, in a more real way. So I kind of feel a little weird about the number because, like, if you've traveled a lot, then you meet somebody who's been to 150 countries, or there's this guy from England who went to every country in the world without getting on a single plane. Like,
oh, he's not he's not from the UK, he's from Denmark.
So the Denmark, okay, so I know the story here. The Denmark guy usurped the UK guy because the UK guy flew back home twice, but then
what a cheater.
He flew back to where he was. In fact, if you read his blog, it's hysterical. But the Danish guy, I know that you want him to, he did not even fly back home. It took him about 9 years.
Right. He left his girlfriend at home for like almost a decade. She visited him, I think, a few times along the way.
Yeah.
But he legitimately never, he just finished it recently, and now it's an incredible story. And during the pandemic, he was actually stuck with like less than 10 countries to go. He was stuck, I think, in Hong Kong during the pandemic, and was like, I'm gonna finish this thing. So yeah, it's insane.
I got a funny story about the first guy. He started his tour around 2009, and he knocked out Europe and Africa and kept going east, right? But there was a problem. A new country came into existence in the middle of his trek, which was South Sudan. So after he finished the Americas, remember, he can't get on a plane. That's the whole point. He had to travel overland and over ship back. So his final country was South Sudan. But I like weird travel. I even used to have a podcast about it. But I'm not going to Nigeria just to add a country, although, I guess it's kind of nice. I'm going there because what Tunde is doing is unique around the world. It really is.
Wow. Wow.
Ooh, look at this tactic.
Oh,
See, again, blunder
playing.
alert. You actually missed F3.
Wow.
Hey, the results are coming in the way. Not a ton of upsets recently. My mild curiosity is, what chance does Bach have to actually get to the top of the table with 40 minutes to go. I think streaks can definitely help with that. Yeah, that's my curiosity, actually.
Bach
The boy
wants
is
that
leading.
6-month diamond membership.
Right. There's there is stuff on the line. So we'll see how this develops. This one kind of one-way traffic. Extra piece, safer king.
Well, you can't attack with a queen and a bishop by itself, so that's not exactly going to terrify white. So this one's
Queen G5.
Toast.
Put the foot up. Put your feet up on the couch. Disrupt some of the furniture. Move some things around. And
you like putting your feet up on couches, but actually in this one I'll give it to you. You can even start eating chips on this one. That's not a problem.
Yeah, this is I'm there's a Chappelle Show skit that's in my mind. There's this Rick James skit that is in my head right now. And it's kind of like what white is doing to the black position right now. But hey, there's a near 2,000 point difference, so you can be forgiven for such.
No, come on, please.
For such exchanges.
So
anyway, we'll move on.
We can leave this one behind.
And we'll catch another position. And oh, this is it. Well, no, this one is black's winning this one too. And that will definitely help, that last move there. Let me move on. It's tougher than you think to find a game that's right closely contested, right at the moment. Thank you, anonymous donator. Thank you for that donation. We appreciate that. Oh, this is an interesting one. Oh.
How is this interesting?
It's just a cute tactic, for the folks at home. This is
Yeah, you could have promoted and played Queen C8.
Yeah, you see Mike Klein spotting the shots.
Well, that's it. Now I'm going to put myself on mute.
No, you should have under promoted. You should have played E8 Rook.
Right.
And then play Queen C8.
Yeah. That would have been
cute.
That would have been fun.
You got auto queen on.
Auto promote on, so you spoil
I don't know how to switch. I'm sorry. I'd have to go into my settings, and I'm not gonna.
Okay,
you can hold down control as you do it.
Hold down control
as you push the pawn.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. As I push the pawn. Oh no, I'm holding down control. All right, we're gonna.
You're in analysis mode, and live server analysis mode might be different. I don't know.
Yeah,
we actually don't have auto queen on Chess Kid. So
really, that actually you have to pick. How many times actually have you actually, Mike, Tunde, Maurice, how many times have you under promoted in a game?
Classical?
Over the board. Yeah, classical.
Twice, but it was the same game. I had to promote to knight for check. It got captured. I promoted to another knight. So I think only twice, but one game.
That's
what?
That's pretty cool. Do you have that game?
Insane.
Somewhere in the files. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think I lost anyway. It might have been like losing anyway.
You can't lose. Wait, a double under promotion and you lose?
When you're 7, you don't resign. You're like, hey, I can keep the game going.
You have games from when you were 7?
Yeah, I started playing tournament chess when I was 5 or 6. I don't know how many I've kept, but yeah.
Wow. That is called good good organization. That's good file management, like to have the games from single digits.
Here they are. Got I got scorebooks full of them. And this is where I get my Chess Kid content from. All these old.
I'm sorry. You can't have one box and a scorebook from games when you were 7. You've got to have more than that.
Oh, I've got.
Oh no, I'm sure he does.
Okay. Now you cut. Now
that is unbelievable.
Yeah, you showed me one box. That's pretty crazy.
That's truly like I would reckon. I'd go as far as say that's extremely rare.
There's one game I don't have. I played Josh Whiteskin when I was 6 and he was 8, and it was the tournament that was at the end of the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer. So that tournament was in Charlotte, not in Chicago, like the movie said. And I played Josh in that tournament, and I don't have that game. Wow. And I went up to Bruce Pandolfini a couple of years ago, and Bruce, I love Bruce. Bruce is like, yeah, I think I remember that game. And I'm like, no, that's completely insane. You could remember your student's 3rd round game from 1986. Anyway, I never actually called him out on it to ask him. So I don't have a copy of the one game that I really want more than anything.
Wow. Maurice, how many times have you under promoted? Had the pleasure?
I don't recall under promoting in a game.
I think I under promoted once or twice, but it wasn't necessary. It was one of those things where like the piece is going to be captured by a rook, and so you promote to a rook. I think I did that once. I think I promoted to a bishop once, just because it was check and it would have the same effect as the queen would have. Yeah, I've always felt, this chess to be part art, part sport, and part science. And there's something about the artistic part. Well, the art and the sport is why I like the game. I've never been much for science. I
can remember.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I want to Kellen. I can remember my favorite under promotion story, which was Nakamura Kramnik 2012 Olympiad. And Varusian Akobian and me are watching the game on the sidelines. Varusian was just captain that round. He was the alternate that game. And we thought Nakamura had lost his mind and was losing. And both of us forgot about promotion to knight, which Nakamura played on the board and then won a pawnless endgame. But anyway, that was my favorite memory because neither of us were even remembering under promotion was possible.
I also think like sometimes you just don't even you have to have the piece near, which is also kind of a thing, right? Like, like if you're playing in like the parks, right? Like you just know like a rook flipped upside down is a queen and stuff like that. And like, it's crazy how I think as far as FIDE rules or something is concerned, that it's not a queen. Like it's still a rook. So I've always found it really weird how that stuff is like legislated, like over the board, like in classical chess. But anyway, Tunde, have you had the pleasure of under promoting in a game before?
No, never. I don't remember any. But I remember my favorite on the promotion on my favorite game where I think it was Aronian. He under promoted to a knight. I can't remember now. But no, never under promoted. I don't remember any.
Yeah, it'll happen one day. I've never had to checkmate with knight and bishop, so I think these things don't. They don't. I think some of these things just don't happen. It is what it is.
But in that case, just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean that it's not important to know. And I think that it's extremely important to know that particular mate, and not because of the practicality, as I said. Just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean that you don't know it, but because the harmonization of a knight and a bishop working together is eternal. It's in middle game positions, it's in end game positions, and that harmony of watching pieces work together in this way, a lot of people they kind of just mess it up when they're playing a regular game because they just don't feel the harmony very well.
Yeah,
I think that's for that reason it's very important. And a lot of little things, by the way, are important. Like, for example, Black took like 5 moves to mate when it was mate in 2 earlier in this game. If you go back a few moves, can you go back? Go back, keep going back to right there when Black played this position. Black played in this position here. Actually, maybe I miss. Yeah, no, here. So right here, instead of playing this check, right? It's made in 2.
That's a good spot, Maurice. I didn't see that at first.
Yeah. You just wait.
Yeah. Well, you have to make sure White cannot go back to A4. So you can't just make any weight. You just have to make sure A4. But you can't move your rook away. No, none of those moves work because
excuse me, the B4 square is covered. Excuse
correct.
Me. You go this way. Sorry.
Exactly. So you only have
eyes.
or up is working as well.
Yeah.
Right. So you only have B8 or the 2 squares up. You can't don't do rook B6 and stalemate. That would be criminal. But rook B8, rook B2, or rook B1 all mate very quickly and things like that. Like when the position happened, even though it doesn't matter how fast you mate, but sometimes like I play bullet chess. This is 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock. In bullet, you got no time left you're going to flag and white has a pawn on the board and you'll lose. So you want to make sure you spot all the mates this fast. And so my point, okay, maybe bullet chess is not everybody's cup of tea, but the bottom line is that there's things that you should learn because they help you in other ways. And one of those is absolutely bishop and knight versus king mates. Absolutely. Not because you may have it, or you may and be embarrassed, like some GMs have had it and failed to mate, which is fully embarrassing, or one women's world champion who will not be named, like failed to mate with a bishop and a knight. That's embarrassing. Like, what? But to also learn the harmonization of pieces, that's huge.
Yeah, it's funny. Like the coordination, like depth coordination and understanding coordination definitely matters, and I totally agree with that. And I believe you actually did a course on a chessable course on geometry. So
That's correct.
But it's fun. I actually disagree. Like I'm a huge proponent of coordination and geometry, and that being like a very critical facet of the game. I've also found that if you understand certain geometric concepts, the kind of the theoretical understanding is not necessarily going to kill you. For instance, with knight and bishop, there's a particular type of harmony, but even with like I've had to defend like rook bishop versus rook and so on, and I didn't know the exact method, but there's an understanding about the relationships between the pieces and so on that kind of enables you to kind of navigate the misfortune, the natural misfortunes that can come up, or even in like with like if you think of like knight, the relationship with knight and pawn or knight and bishop, so often there's like force fields you can create that where you basically control a series of squares, and if you have these kind of concepts down packed, it just helps you navigate the positions better. I think the thing is this general understanding is helpful really until you're up against the gun of time trouble and fatigue, and then the kind of meandering your way through might not be sufficient anymore.
I won't argue with you there, because I think it is important to have all those generalized concepts. The specificity of certain things helps people to learn how to execute in many settings, the challenge that they might have to face. And not every kid is, and not everybody out there is as strong as you are. So I recommend it to my students highly. This position, by the way, I wouldn't recommend to black, because this looks like a problem. Is it black to move? The black's looking around to see what to do, and the rook's hanging. And,
and that was the decision made. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. All right, folks. I'm gonna just again bring folks' attention to the call to action here. We are doing this for a very valuable and important reason. We have a very important cause to fund the education of 5,000 kids in Africa with Chess in the Slums Africa. And we're encouraging you to please help us get to our goals here, because it's for an incredible cause, and you're making a very valuable difference in folks' lives. So encourage folks to donate. We have a little less than 30 minutes left in this arena. We're actually eclipsed 2,500 members, which is insane. It's truly insane, in a great way. And I'd encourage folks to get to it. And we might even, I'm getting word from the producer now, we might even have another guest. So we might have one on the horizon. So you never know. So stay tuned for that. And we even have some high quality chess here. Mike, I know we've kept you maybe even a bit longer than you expected. So I know you're also a busy man. But if you're welcome to stick with us, of course. No pressure. But if the weekend is here, the holiday season is upon us. We're also open to let you go now. So it's up to you.
Oh, thanks, Casa. You know the grind. If I sign off here, I have to open up my Slack and email, and that's no fun. I'll leave, but I'm just gonna ask one question of Tunde. So Tunde, on Chess Kid, we like to rename openings that make it more fun for kids. Okay, like we'll take an opening that has an existing name and we'll give it a more exciting name because a kid will play it just because it's more exciting. So if we had to rename an opening, you know, the Nigerian defense attack, whatever. Like, I'm going to put it on YouTube. So maybe you don't have an answer now, maybe you do, but what opening should we rename? We'll call it the Nigerian.
The London system. We can call it the Yoruba system. I mean, that is my
I
own
like
local-
that name.
Yeah, it's my local language. So I tease some of my friends that try to play the London system against me and just feel woefully. I just tell them, you know what? Are you sure you're playing the London or the Yoruba system, which is local dialect? So yeah, I think that'll be fun. And I understand this very well because the first time I ever saw a chessboard, I called the knight a donkey. So so I think one day, one of the kids that I thought too, like the first time I held up a knight, they said, "Oh, it's a donkey," and it was a deja vu moment for me, and it just brought back memories. It was the first time I ever saw a chessboard. So yes, Yoruba system.
Got it. Okay, will do. Yeah, I learned this idea from a good friend, Elizabeth Spiegel, and some of her kids played the bloody knife attack, which I can't say on Chess Kid, but if we're quoting Chappelle's show, we can say it bloody knife attack here. So I won't reveal what opening that is because I don't want her kids to be found out. But anyway, I got it. It's now officially the Nigerian in Chess Kid land. So Casa, I will sign off. You can let me go, but I'm glad I'll be coming to Nigeria. We'll make some plans. And I just can't wait to see in person, Tunde, what you've built and how I can contribute. So thanks, Maurice, Casa, and Tunde for having me.
Thanks
so much, Mike. Appreciate having you.
Mike, we can't wait to host you in Nigeria.
Thanks, guys. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Happy holidays indeed, folks. Yeah, it's the holiday season. It's a season of giving and reflection and all of the things. And if every person watching donates $10, just $10, we actually just meet our donation goal, just like that. So we have some time remaining. There's about 25 minutes left in this arena as I switch games here. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome. So
Wait, didn't we see this position before?
You know what's crazy? We saw a position very similar, with the very same structure with the backward G pawn, the rook on G3. It's a different game, Maurice.
It is a different game, isn't it? Now I'm looking at it. I realized it was a queen on C7 at some point.
But yeah, in this one, I love black. Oh my goodness.
It helps that black outrates the opponent by 1,000 rating points.
Hey, there can be some upset. The one thing about white here, I appreciate white's castle. They connected their rooks. This is a very unusual position. But yeah, white's definitely.
No, look at the doubled pawns in the center. White has 4 pawns that are doubled, and black is trying to pierce through the structure. But there's so many central pawns, and here they come. This is incredible dynamism. That was a very committal last move. In fact, that doesn't hang the D pawn.
Yeah, now I'm worried about even something like D6 coming. Maybe
I'm definitely feeling like this 1100 might pull off the upset. D6 on the board. There's
trouble in paradise. Trouble in paradise.
Indeed, the problem is that enormous. You know, you're just getting excited about the game, and then all of a sudden, the blunder happens, and that's. But hold on. Can you move the king here? So too bad. Yeah, I wanted.
Very tempting. That actually is a very beautiful idea. Yeah, usually just wanted to play king B1. That's not letting me do it again.
Oh, too bad.
You wanted to go king b1 essentially after rook takes g2 and bank on some potential counterplay against the king.
Something, but I can't get a knight around.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I could. Knight e4. No, but is it letting you? Can you play king b1 takes, and a knight e4?
No, it keeps
Oh,
taking
it's
me
just
out
continuing
of
to
the.
move.
It's because we're not in an analysis. Because the games keep switching, and we got an arena with almost 2,600 players. But yeah,
But the board froze earlier, right? Like when your board is freezing now, so maybe we can do it at the end. But it doesn't matter because white's.
But anyways, yeah, it's now that the boots on the ground have changed. Now the boots on the ground have changed. So, but yeah, that was an interesting position there, and it's funny because you're talking about like a game turning so quickly and having some moment where you're winning and then you lose, you're excited and so on. We've all had tough games, painful losses and so on. I'm not going to even ask you about the toughest game you played because I feel like it's like reliving trauma sometimes. But I will ask you, how did you how did you sit with that? What happened immediately after? Because I feel like how people respond to losses is actually really interesting. And I'm not even talking about the next game as far as the result and the opening and so on. I mean, like, what did you do after that traumatic experience, that after your worst loss ever? What did you do?
I don't have a worse loss ever because I have enough bad losses that add up over time that I can say that was horrible, that was terrible, that was miserable. But I have memorable losses. And as you mentioned, those losses sit with you, but they have been some of my greatest teachers. And I write about this in my upcoming book that I mentioned earlier, Move by Move, that'll be coming out on April 2nd. That our mistakes are our best teachers, and we have to have that attitude. You know, people like to ignore their mistakes. I embrace my mistakes. I think about them a lot. I think about them not because I'm just kind of spinning wheels over a mistake I made, but because I know that when I deeply think about the mistakes I've made, they will teach me. I'll get lessons from them. They will empower me to greatness. And I've seen it happen. I felt it happen time and time again. To know that that's important. And for example, I lost a game to Michael Betzold in Bermuda. This is 1998. I played a tournament that would have given me a game that would have given me my GM title. And I had a choice between two moves. One was take a rook. The other was take a pawn on d4. Take an exchange, that is, or take a pawn on d4. And I was sitting there thinking about it. And I finally decided I had to grab that exchange because it's an exchange. It's material. You can, we get an exchange and we go. Turned out I had thrown away my entire advantage by grabbing that exchange. I wasn't lost, but I threw away the advantage and gave him the initiative. And then later I made another mistake and ended up losing the game. My title, that was, you work so hard to get a GM title. And then the title is right there and you just have to make a different move and you blow it. And Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov was watching the game and he knew I should have taken the pawn on d4. And afterwards he said, don't worry about it, which is easy to say. And then he said to me, words I'll never forget. He said, in order to become a GM, you must first be a GM. And that just truly surprised me when he said, wow. And then I thought and I realized exactly what he meant, which was, you don't go play the tournament that makes you a GM. You play the tournament, you get the points, you get the norm, and then you get the title. You do the work beforehand. You establish the psychological strength, the resiliency, the ability to bounce back from losses, the ability to handle wins with equanimity, with humility. You put in the hours and become ready. You sharpen your sword so that when the time comes, you're not nervous about what to do. You just do. You do what's necessary. And so you don't become the GM on that day. You're GM and then you show it in the tournament. And so I understood that I had to refine myself. And that's the law taught me that I had to refine me. When I was so materialistic, I wanted to grab that exchange. I had to refine me and be cool and say, forget the exchange. Just keep the tension in the position and play the game. Play the game. Even though I was down material, no, play the game. Understand that the idea of material compensation and not use fear and desire, greed, anticipation of, oh, I'm going to get this title to be the thing that directed me. And it was a huge lesson. And when I had that chance again against Adrian Negulescu in the New York International, when I was up upon and could try to maintain it, the lesson came back and I said, I don't need the pawn. I'm going to go for the dynamism. And even though I wasn't much better, a little better with initiative, that dynamism was all I needed to play around with my opponent's mind and psyche. And at some point, my pieces were coming at different directions and angles, and my opponent cracked under that pressure. And my winning move in front of me was actually a basic beginner's move, just fork, a queen, and rook. And in fact, have a winning exchange in that position, and I won the game. So to me, those losses may be devastating. Like, you think they are in the point, but if you have the right idea, the right mindset around the loss, and thankfully Shabalala was right there to course correct, they can just be so powerful. They can be so empowering. And that's what that was for me.
Yeah, no, I definitely can empathize with that. You know, you definitely, for me at least, chess has always been a game about like kind of trying to be the best version of yourself, and like part of that process is the adversity and sort of the reevaluation and the trauma and the loss, and kind of sitting with that to a certain extent to kind of trod forward. It's interesting that you still return to it at times, because yeah, it's an interesting perspective. Yeah, there's some people don't. I mean, for me at least, there's definitely value in going over stuff, and then there's stuff where it's like, well, you go over everything, and then there's some things where you're like, you know what, I'm gonna shelf that away and not continue, but cannot continue to kind of allow it to linger, because yeah, but you definitely do think about it. But anyway, I wanted to turn very quickly, because I think we actually have a guest in the waiting, who's been waiting on us for a little bit, and we're gonna actually bring him into this. We can bring him into this space now, if I'm not mistaken. I got a word from a producer that we have a student.
Really?
And we do. We have someone joining us. Hello, Tunde. You're gonna have to do the intro here, because I feel like you're gonna say it better than me. But welcome. And I want to pronounce your name correctly. Is it Jamil? But I feel like you're gonna say it better than I. So
Jamil Nini Lowell. That's what I'm going to say. Jamil Nini Lowell. Nini Lowell. Jamil Nini Lowell.
Yeah.
How close am I?
Nini Lowell.
Nini Lowell.
Yes.
Okay. Even if I'm mispronouncing it, you're going to be polite. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, or maybe Tunde can also do so as well. But like, I mean, we've basically been here for many hours learning about the work that Tunde does, that people that impacts, and yeah, well, I mean, it's been incredible to hear about it. But now I think we have perhaps a kind of direct recipient of some of this stuff. So yeah, go for it.
Okay. My name is Jamil Nilu. Yeah, I'm 18 years old. Yeah, I joined the Chess and Slum initiative back in 2018 when they started initially. Back then, I was a kid in the slum learning mechanical engineering. Yeah, just basic thing is just go to school, you come back from school, then you just learn something within the community, because you can't see beyond what's outside. You can't know what's going on outside the community. Some become fishermen, some food sellers, some mechanical engineering. So those are the basic things in the community. So I just come to the community. I lived there with my mom. I never got the chance to know my dad. Then when they started the training, me and my brother, we joined the training. They started playing. Then I became really good at it. Started going out. I remember my first tournament, I was playing with an IM. I didn't know I was playing with an IM. I was thinking, okay, I'm going to win, giving away my piece, making silly sacrifices. Then Omtili told me, oh, you're playing an IM, international master. I'm like, ha, I didn't know I'm playing an IM. And meeting new kids, like kids from a rich background, they already, like they play chess, playing with them on the same table gives me a sense of, okay, I can also become something better. Like meeting them, I'm like, oh, where are you from? Telling us they live in Ireland, live in rich places, they travel around the world. But the fact that we can still play chess with them on the same table gives me like a bright view of what chess can do to my life. So I took it serious. When I lost my mom, I started living with Uncle Tunde, who is now my dad, basically. So I live with him. I go to school. Yeah, chess has really changed my life. Got a lot of scholarships. Currently in an online university in Oxford. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so there are a lot of places we could go what you just said, because that's just remarkable on so many levels. I'm kind of at a loss of words. I'm not usually at a loss for words, but I'm just like, you played a tournament, you went into an IM, you didn't know what was going on, but now you've gotten a lot better at the game. The engineering as well. Whenever I hear engineering, I'm like, man, like this, we need more engineers in the world. Yeah, I'm kind of stunned. And then Tunde is like kind of like a de facto like father figure, or kind of a leader there. Tunde, what does it feel like to hear that?
Uh-huh. Uh yeah, it's I mean, like moments like this make it all worth it because my 5 years ago when I set out to use the talent that I had, and give it to other children like me. I never knew, it was never, there was no world in which I thought this was like going to become a thing that was going to change so many lives and inspire so many people around the world. It was just I had a talent. And the thing about having a talent or a skill is it serves just you, right? But when you share it with someone else, it becomes a gift to them. And I mean, shout out to Russell Markowski, the gift of chess, one of the best humans in the world that I've ever met. And that is the beauty of the gift of chess, that you get to share the best part of who you are, with other children. And that was how, I met Jamio, and he joined us, and I told him that, listen, you can also do this, right? They had a lot of, a very difficult background, and chess. I think at the time he had dropped out of school, and there was just very little, the mother could do for them at the time, and I just took it upon myself that, okay, I want to teach this kid chess, but then that he doesn't go to school, but then I can see the potential that he has. Like, he has shown great aptitude for chess. Now imagine if you give him access to the internet. Imagine if you give him access to quality education. Imagine what he could do with that. And it's been 5 long years. I mean, of course, he has been to a lot of places. He has met a lot of people. He was the one that taught Patrice Evra how to play chess. Patrice Evra came to Nigeria for the first time, the Manchester United legend, for our project. And he was the one that taught Patrice Evra how to play chess. He's the same kid with the 2.4 rapid rating. He and I think two other kids too. They're some of our best players at the academy. And I mean, of course, I'm immensely proud of him. Um, and I also always encourage him to share his story, because someday he would also be in a position like me, right, to pay it forward to other children. And that is the essence of what we do, that we can give children like Jamie an opportunity to realize their own potential. It goes beyond just telling a young person that, oh, you can do this, you can make this. Like, chess gives them a very practical way to see their own potential, and that eventually translates to other things. So yes, I do feel like a proud father, and yeah, it's good to see you, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, so well said. Just taking some of the takeaways and the values of chess, and I mean, it must be an incredible thing to actually see the fruits of labor be borne out. I was thinking a lot of like jobs and and work that people do. it's really tough to see the horizon or the effectiveness of the work you do. It could be months, years, decades for you to see the impact. And so for you to be able to see the impact in, you know, a relatively short period of time is massive. So Jamil, as far as your experience in the game and so on, what are some of the most valuable lessons that the game has taught you?
Yeah, discipline, number one, because when playing a chess game, you have to be disciplined. I've played a couple of games, thousands of games on league chess, played different players, played different people, different openings I've never known before, but now I know different kind of openings. And discipline is very important because I play a couple of games whereby I would just be like, okay, I should just play this when my opponent is preparing something else. And that applies to life too. When you're trying to make decisions, you have to be disciplined about it. You have to be careful about the decision you are making. You have to be like calculative at the same time. If this goes wrong, what are you going to do next? If this goes wrong, what are you going to do next? And these are rules I apply to my education as well. So if I'm trying to score this particular score in this subject, I know I have to put in this certain amount of hard work. So to get this, the same thing applies to chess. If you're trying to get better, you have to train, you have to do some couple of puzzles, you have to like ask questions if you don't understand some kind of positions. And this has really helped me a lot. I remember back in 2018, I couldn't speak English. Even this live stream, I don't think I'll be able to speak this much I'm speaking. But learning chess, building confidence, yeah, it has helped me a lot.
It's so true what you said about that too, about, you know, having a vehicle through which you kind of, you learn, you grow, and you build yourself up. So you get to a place that you couldn't have imagined, right? Like, so you said with like, you know, chess gave you that in various ways, even public speaking, dealing with other people, solving problems, adjusting to the circumstances in front of you, adjusting your preparation, your player, and so on. So that's so true. Shout out, by the way, while you know, Jimmy was telling us those things, we got, I think, Robert Hess with the donation. Shout out to Robert. There was also another anonymous donation there. So appreciate folks that are doing that. Robert with the $500, that was awesome. Folks, we are actually winding down the this arena. This arena is going to be over in less than 5 minutes. We're actually almost at 2,700 players, which is pretty wild. And yeah, we've raised over $17,000. Yeah, we have 5 minutes left on the arena. I should also say that this fundraiser is going to persist beyond this stream. So if you are still looking to donate and to make a difference here, you can go to go.chess.com/for-a-cause, or you can look at the ! donate command and on Twitch, and you will find that the campaign is going to persist beyond just today, because we do want to continue to reach higher. I guess the last thing I want to hear about, Jimmy, is what are your future plans? What are you like looking forward to in the next stretch of time, in the next few years, or in the new year? You know, what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I look forward to be successful. Yeah, that's everybody's dream. And I believe I'm in the right path with the right mentor, the right guardians, the right people around me who are guiding me towards success. And I've been learning a lot of skills lately, enrolling in classes, coding classes, currently in Oxford Business School, trying to get an BBA degree, doing furthering my education, getting masters, furthering my engineering career too. Yeah, I've been doing a lot, and all thanks to Chess and Slum. Yeah, my family, mentors, I don't have any issues. If I have any questions, I just go to anybody I find around me and just ask questions. And they give me the right answers, the right guidance, the right path to follow. And that has been my strength so far. Yeah, I'm grateful. Yeah, I have future plans, and I believe by God's grace, with the right people that I have around me, I'm going to be great.
Hey, couldn't have said it better than that. Maurice, do you have any questions for this young man? No, oh, you're muted there. There we go.
Sorry, I didn't catch
There
that.
we go.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. No, I want to say I'm very impressed, very proud of you. That's the main thing I want to say. Very proud of you that you're soldiering on the way you are. Um, we know you've had challenges in your life, and you're well deserving of everything that comes to you. So keep it up. We're thinking about you. We got you in our hearts, and we want to see you become extremely successful. And I'm curious to know, as we've been talking about adversity, how has your adversity taught you, to become even stronger as a
It's
person?
going great.
What did you say, Jamie? Did you say
Sorry,
something?
I'm trying to get what he said.
How do the challenges in your life, how have those taught you to be even stronger?
Yeah, challenges. Yeah, I'll definitely everybody have challenges they are facing, and mine is let me just say I play chess, so I intend to overthink a lot. So when I'm just having issues about something, maybe educations or maybe personal issues, maybe memories from my mom or something, I just ask. I have Tunde as my mentor. I have some other couple of people that he has introduced me to that I will just start off. Okay, sir, I'm having issue with this aspect of my life, and I don't know how to go about it, and they guide me. And I think that is one of the most important thing that has happened to me, having people to talk to, having people to tell things that, okay, you're having challenges with this, they will solve it for you. And yeah, it has been great. It has been awesome. I don't have to like, okay, be alone and be like, okay, this is very outrageous. There's nothing I can do about this. And just having people to talk to has really been helpful. So a couple of challenges, okay, about education. They award me and lessons after school, and it has improved me a lot. Yeah.
Tunde, it sounded like you wanted to jump in there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, like you can imagine how I feel now, and I mean, of course, I'm very proud of you, Jamu. There's still a lot of years ahead of you, and I think Jamu's story is one that you know is a constant reminder that all of this will be worth it in the end, right? Because every day you're trying to do this thing, you have this idea that you want to share with the world, and there's a lot of difficulty, right? Bringing these ideas to life, right? Because these are hard problems, right? It's why most people just focus on making money, because if you really want to change the world and you want to do it with a lot of heart, it comes with a lot of difficulty, right? But Jami's story is one that a constant reminder that there are several thousands of children out there, millions even, that if they get the same opportunity, and it really just goes back to this quote about talent being universal, or but opportunity isn't. So, and as long as we can continue to bridge that gap in our own little ways, right? It doesn't have to be like huge, one big mighty effort. It's just those very small things that compound over time, right? That we can find more Jamios, right? Whose stories can also inspire other children like them. I mean, not just for chess. They will go on to play chess. They might become masters. They might get to travel the world. They might get to compete at the highest level. That's amazing. But even like it goes beyond that. That they get to see their own potential. They get to become valuable to society, and they get to also build and solve problems. For for the underprivileged ones as well. And I think that's the greatest fulfillment for me in all of this. And once again, I'm proud of you. Thank you for joining. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, I'm kind of at a loss for words, just because again, just to see someone before me that like has gone through it in various ways and is like rising above their adversity with the support of others, with the support community. That's what this is about, and so just a really incredible incredible story journey. And honestly, it's just beginning for you. That's the funny thing is you're at the beginning of a journey where you don't know where it's going to go, what the twists and turns are going to take, but you're moving and navigating within that space, you know, understanding what's happened already and understanding what you've learned and what you've overcome and what you're going to continue to overcome. So yeah, that's why it's always exciting to hear about what folks' future plans are, because you have a different outlook based upon you know, your perspective and your experiences. So yeah, I'm gonna tune out my soliloquy now. And but yeah, folks, the arena did end. We crossed 2,700 players in the arena. Please continue to donate. We've raised over $17,000, but there's still more to go, and this fundraiser is going to be still live beyond this arena. So I continue to encourage everyone to donate. You could do so again by go.chess.com/4cause or by clicking !donate in the Twitch chat and seeing it there. There are prizes, by the way, for this arena, folks. First prize did get 6-month diamond membership and a $150 Chessable voucher. Second prize got 4-month diamond membership and a Chessable voucher. So there were prizes as well. And we did have an FM, an unknown legend, and an IM actually come first, second, third. So, you know, Benjamin Bach tried. He got to 4th place, but did not get further than that. He joined an hour and a half late, Maurice.
Don't be late.
Almost
Don't
got
be
there.
late.
Almost got there. And yeah, I mean, there's just incredible to just see the difference we can make. The thing the typical refrain that I always say, and I'd love to hear, Maurice, your perspective on this. Chess is the vehicle, you know, like at the end of the day, like we could have been analyzing more dynamically than maybe we did today, but the conversation, the shared experiences, chess is just an amazing vehicle for that. And I think sometimes we forget about the community ties that exist, and the players all over the world. They're playing this game, but have human experiences too. And that's, I think, what I'm going to take away from today.
Well, I have to say, I'm very grateful that I had the chance to be here. As often happens, when you give of yourself, you get so much more. And today I learned so much, and I've been inspired. Let me tell you, so inspired, Tunde, by the kind of work you're doing against all the challenges that you've had to face. And you had the physical challenge, and you've had personal challenges as well. We've heard from Jamiu about his personal challenge, the fact that you've taken him under your wing, and now he's calling you as his son. You know, like you're like a father to him. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, and I venture forth. I try to do my piece in the world, and I love when I hear inspiring stories, because they just make you feel reinvigorated, rejuvenated, once again in love with the impact we can make in this world. And you're making real impact. And I'm grateful for everybody who was on this stream today. Danny and Funmaster Mike making time, Cheeto making time as well, Casa holding down the show, and everybody who was behind the scenes. I know the hard work that Ashlyn did and that Miriam did, and that all these people who are just spiritually inclined to do great things and want to see great things happen. And it's not just the holiday season. Of course, we want to give. We want to give concretely in terms of dollars, because dollars are energy, and energy translates into real life impact. But throughout the year, so those who didn't give today, you'll remember this stream. You'll hear again about what Tunde is doing, because he keeps doing amazing work and it keeps building this incredible initiative. And when you do find it again in your heart, you know, remember that he is still soldiering on, getting great work done. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have been here today. And yeah, when you guys need me, call on me, because definitely this is something that's close to my heart.
Well, again, thanks again, Maurice. Thanks again, Jamil. Thanks again, the folks behind the scenes, Ajalin, Miriam. There are many folks behind the scenes. Tunde, I'm going to leave you with the last word because you're basically the genesis of this show. So I'm going to leave you with the last word here.
Thank you so much, Casa. And I really want to say, a huge, huge thank you to Morris Ashley. And honestly, to me, you're a legend, right? And I have been following you for so many years. And I remember in those times when I was still a teenager, and I just kept wondering, would I ever, be a grandmaster, and where will I ever be a really strong player? And I think one of the first things I decided to look for was someone that looked like me, if they had attained such heights. And that was when I found you, and I was like, yes, this look at this person, like this is a grandmaster, that looks like me, and it is possible, right? I could also like do this, right? I could try really hard. And I mean, of course, never became a grandmaster, but I think for a lot of the children that we train now, um, they can see people like you, and I can tell them about people like you that see that it's possible, right? You can go against all odds. You can continue to push against the grain, right? You have the capacity to do this, right? There's no there's no ceiling for you, right? You can shatter this record. You can get there, both in chess and equally in life. And you're a great embodiment of that, of possibilities for thousands of young black people. And again, do not check your Twitter DMs, because I sent you a message 3 years ago, and I really did wanted you to know that, even when I knew that you were probably never going to read it. So thank you so much for making our time to join this. All of this still feels very surreal. I mean, shout out first of all to Miriam. She's incredible. She's just such an angel from the very beginning. We've been putting all of this together, even in the middle of like so much chaos for me personally, because we recently just concluded a project 2 days ago where we helped like 55 children, homeless kids. We took them off the streets, we taught them chess, and now, they're in shelter homes, are reconnected to their families. It's a story I'll share tomorrow, and yeah, this is what makes all of this worth it, because from the conversations, with the work that we do, we're giving the world one more thing to believe in, right? And I think that is the greatest, highest form of self, of living. It's to be able to inspire other people, right? And we're just using this very simple tool, chess. It's the one thing that connects all of us. It's the one thing that brings us all together. It's the one thing that transcends, social disparities, stereotypes. And I mean, I know, like, for me, for the rest of my life, this is what I would always do, right? To use this talent that I have and to give it to millions of children across Africa as a gift. Maybe we have a shot at raising a new generation of thinkers that will change the status quo for Africa, right? I mean, maybe we'll have a chance of producing, the next, Black Grandmaster here in Nigeria, right? We don't know what the future holds, but we'll definitely keep trying. And once again, I'm really grateful to the entire Chess.com team, to Casa for holding it down. You're incredible. To Danny Ranch for making our time, despite his busy schedule. Again, shout out to Miriam, to Adeline, to everyone else behind the scenes that I do not know, to my client for joining, to Chidobi for joining as well, and to Jamu, my boy. I'm so proud of you, and I want you to have more moments like this, right? Because I believe someday you will become a conduit too, right? So thank you so much. I mean, of course, like the goal, it would be great if we could hit the goal, but then to me, it feels like it doesn't even matter anymore, right? This was special. Even if we can do 5,000 kids, guess what? We'll do at least 1,000 kids. And that is something, right? We have great plans for next year. We want to get more children off the streets. We want to get them back to school. We want to give them the gift of chess, the lifelong gift of chess that we enjoy now. We want to share that joy, that community, that sense of belonging, with many more children. And, on a final note, shout out to my friend, someone I consider, so the one person that inspires me the most, in this world, Russell Markovsky. He's an incredible guy. He's the founder of the Gift of Chess. He's the one person that is probably, even more passionate than I am. And I mean, we'll definitely do even greater things together next year. Shout out to Aaron Thompson. I don't know if Aaron is watching. Incredible guy. He used to be the director of chess at the UC Merced. Yeah, shout out to Carifan, chess kid. And yes, so thank you so much. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Yeah, well said. Thank you all as well to everyone that donated today and continues to believe in what is being done here. I think Tunde, you said it well, giving folks another thing to really believe in. So anyways, that'll be all for today. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all the good things. And yeah, have a great weekend, Maurice, Tunde, Jamil. Take care.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Chess is like emerging culture. It's a simple outfit. So ahead and make small tools. We make new friends and work together.
Just like a puzzle, it's challenging you to solve problems and find solutions. This is the battlefield. I strategize. I lead my pieces like a commander, leading an army.
Chess helped me to finish myself. It shows that I can overcome challenges and achieve great things.
I'm like a knight.
I see myself as a rook.
I am like a bishop. I seek knowledge and understanding to make wise decisions.
I feel like a queen because I want the power to make positive change in the world.
Chess means friendship to me. I feel like a boy because I may start work. What is determination? I can become emperor.
In the wake of another beautiful day, the good people of Chess and Slums Africa embarked on a journey to the city of Ibadan, Oyo State. The team took to Mokola on the bridge to scout for young boys whom they were going to teach the game of chess. The boys arrived bright and early, eagerly waiting for the team's arrival every day for 2 weeks.
You see all these children? They will just be playing around, smoking from morning to night, doing some irreasonable something.
A total of 40 boys smoking hard drugs and doing menial jobs to survive were selected.
The program started yesterday, where about 50 of the kids got introduced to the chessboard and they got to know about each of the pieces.
Chess over time has been proven to help with the mental development of children.
Some were orphans, while others left home due to poverty.
When I did the set, I made happen to learn the chess.
We're all ready. Yesterday we taught them how to move the pieces and how to use their rook. And today we're going to be teaching them new things. So
you have been here for a week now, and I have played a game or two with them, and I've seen that you have done tremendous work with them.
What was interesting was that their primary language of communication was the Yoruba language, but that was not going to deter them from learning the game of chess.
I got to meet some new sets of students who came late, but even though they came late yesterday, I mean, there is still potential in them, and they are all females. They do not understand English or Yoruba, they understand Hausa.
Got to teach them about the center of the board, because that's where the action actually takes place.
They were also taught mental math, where they learned how to calculate numbers with just 5 fingers.
Today in our class, we were able to teach the kids how to castle, and then we went further by doing check mixing moves.
with the ropes and the push-ups.
The game of chess has taught me like how to think normally. When I want to do something, I should not do it in a rushing way.
Tí bá dàgbà, mo fẹ́ di fashion designer. Máa máa aṣọ pàrọ̀, máa máa aṣọ clothes, and this